Hello, hello. Welcome to space. Been a little while since we've popped in for some FTL Multiverse mod. This big content addition to FTL, a game now 10 years old, which is still crazy to me every time I boot up this title. This game was my personal introduction to roguelites as a concept. And it's definitely one that I still cherish to this day a whole lot. The soundtrack is timeless. And the balance of the base game is damn near perfect for the time, anyway. Appreciate that reminder, Zizzy. But first, we have to turn it on before I can forget to turn it off. Let's have ourselves a doodly-doo here. First, we have to pick a ship. What did we unlock last time? There's an absolute monstrous pile of ships in FTL Multiverse. Normal FTL has 10 base ship models with 3 variants each. A couple missing, though, for a total of 28 varieties of ship. FTL Multiverse expands that to well over 100? Question mark, exclamation point. With increasingly ridiculous unlock conditions attached to each and almost every one of them. Oh, I'm looking at slot C. I understand why we don't have anything unlocked here. What slot A ships do we have unlocked? The Knighted Cruiser. Remember we tried that and it went very badly. Oh yeah, the Spook Chaser. That's right, we got this thing. The Ghostbusters ship. Maybe we should play with this. It's so ridiculous looking. I'd have to stare at this for an hour and a half, plus. At least. I think STL is slower than light. Probably a different mod by the same creator. I don't know anything about it other than that. So what does this have? The Stunner Mark II. Stunners function like normal ions, but also stun crew. And the Pelta Rad Beam. Heavy crew damage, requires no power. Interesting. 30% breach chance. This thing takes no power? Very fascinating. It's got a long charge time. But it's an absolute devastating crew-killing weapon. Very interesting. Starts with Lifeform Scan, so you can see where the enemies are. And the Proton Pack allowing you to track down ghost vessels. And I think it's kitted out to effectively battle those, too. It's kind of neat. Did we get anything else unlocked? That looks interesting. We got the Militia Cruiser. That's what this thing looks like. Starts with a heavy missile launcher and a heavy laser Mark II. Along with the emergency manual and a crystal crew. Kind of interesting. Looks fairly strong. I think this one would be rather fun to play with. Oh, that's right. We unlocked some of the other variants for the Union Cruiser, the Civilian, too. The B and C variant. Let's see what this is. Zacchaeus. Starts with Ion Bomb, Conservative Laser, 16-second charge time, but takes no power, and Heavy Laser Mark I. That's an interesting set of things. Starts with a Merchant Beacon, so you can summon a store for the cost of 1 fleet pursuit. That's kind of neat, too. Starts with a clone base, starts with mind control. And leveled piloting. This looks kind of fun, actually. Or this one's the medic. The medic ship. 4-pad teleporter. Breach bomb. Start with a human medic and an orchid floral. That's rather interesting, too. And no medbay. Just the human medic. It's a medic ship with just... It's actually just a ship to carry around a man. And that man is the one with all the power. And the healing knowledge. That's pretty funny. Okay, let's play this. Let's play this. This looks actually rather fun. Mind control and clone beta start are particularly fun. So we've got 3 crew here. Let's open up the naming for them right away. This is what I've decided. We will call it Fancy Chair. If I can type correctly. Zizzy, Fluffy Mittens, and Joe. You got it. Definitely loving this tradition of redeeming names for other chat members. So I think we settled on trying normal FTL difficulty, challenge mode enabled for the multiverse settings, and playing like that. Let's try that again on this run. You take a look at the distance of whirls of space as the stars fly past. This is the beginning of the next chapter in your saga. What will await you next? So on challenge mode, we have less starting resources. We start with a fleet pursuit increased, and all of the custom enemies are a lot stronger. Let us proceed with our mission then. To the hyperspace drop point. We exit hyperspeed, transitioning to a speed safe for landing. Our ship is stocked up and prepped to head out for this foreign galaxy. What do we want to add to the ship before we go? We can grab a weapon, another human crew member, or a fairly mediocre amount of resources is what we got. So I'm pretty happy with either the crew member or the weapon. You get to choose. It's a 1-power laser ion. I don't remember what the third option was. Like a mini beam, maybe? Yeah, probably a mini beam. I think I'll take the crew member. Jorlak. Jorlak, the stinky human. And then we are allowed to run a quick salvage mission before our first jump. Perform a task, run a salvage mission. We get a little bit of resource to start our run with. So, in FTL Multiverse, the basic goal is the same as in regular FTL. You have to advance through 8 sectors of space, navigating between jump points in each one. Each of these jump points contains something random. An enemy, an event, sometimes nothing. Although some are marked out with special indicators, like these supply depots. Could be worth trying to visit them. I think we can make a run that hits all 3. And then the special merchant, Sylvan, shows up over here. The chair. Welcome the chair. Alright, hold on, actually. To get the chair actually in here, if we're going to do that. The chair. You're going to be our pilot. Meanwhile, oxygen is depleting or something. Get. Alright, Zizzy. You're on shields. It's perfect. Jump into a sector filled with civilian activity. They're intrigued by a gray market shipwright offering 4 missiles for 2 fuel. Missiles are relatively useful. We have an ion bomb too. Okay, I'll make that trade. We'll buy fuel or something. But for now, let's just get started by visiting supply depots here. Accumulating that scrap. Of course, there are the 4 resources in FTL. Fuel we need for each jump. Missiles used to fire missile weapons. Drone parts required to operate drone systems. And the most important one of all, scrap. Given basically at every node is used to upgrade the ship and buy stuff, basically all the time. Alright, we get some free supplies from the depot. Let's go over here. Get more. Hot dogs. Something, whether they be pirate or rebel, has razed this place and destroyed everything in sight. You grab what little salvage remains, which is actually more than we got at the last place. So, how little was it really? You know? Either way, not bad. Okay, and here's our first actual opponent. When the rebellion is complete, you'll see the safer world we provide. Well, you won't, but you'll get the point. They arm their weapons. So, they've got a double heavy laser. It's a spooky weapons loadout. You can mind control one of their crew members briefly, cause them to fight each other. Do we even bother using the ion bomb? Fortunately, it's going to be 16 seconds. Man, this ship seems a little awkward here, actually, now that I'm looking at it. We can fire our heavy laser, but it's not going to be able to get through one layer of shields on its own. We have to pair it with this conservative laser, meaning we get to fire once every 16 seconds to try to hit with one heavy laser shot. That seems very difficult to do. I guess that's where the ion bomb comes in. I think we shouldn't be afraid to use it. That's what I've learned. We need to use it in every fight, no matter how small, essentially. Let's see what the mind control gets done here. Ooh, might be able to take down their shields this way. Yeah, they fire 2 heavy laser shots at the same time. We dodge both of them with a 15% dodge chance because we're champions. Oh, the conservative laser fires twice. Actually pretty good. Well, you know what? That went out pretty effective, actually. No more games. You will let us live or you will suffer the wrath of the rebellion. They're not even offering me anything? I don't know why I would accept this surrender offer. You know, other than it'd be the human thing to do, right? But that's not what we're here for. We're here to win a game of FTL. Refuse their stinky surrender. See, look at all this generous reward that we would assuredly not have gotten if we let them live. You receive a hail from the rebel ship right as it explodes, but it's too late. Face of the captain begging for his life briefly flashes before he is consumed by the fire in front of your eyes. All right. Tough way to go. Oh, hey, Kira's here. Yeah, old sub alerts for the FTL scene. Enjoy. Baron Fell, thanks for those 28 months of support. It was good to see those back on stream every now and then. So last time we failed to complete enough tasks for Kira. That's what I remember. This time I think we'll hold firm on the doing work for this thing and see where it leads us. It definitely felt like there was a quest and a ship unlock to be had if we stick to this line. So let's see where it leads. Data collection complete. For my findings, you are a renegade. I am the custodial utilitarian robotic assistant, Kira for short. Assuage your fears, I am of malicious control no more. I offer you a proposition. What's up? Under my former masters, I was constructed in the pursuit of data harvesting. As a cognitive, it seems unnecessary that my data harvesting continue in service of my creators, Wentworth Innovators nor the Rebellion. My interests involve that of Rebel, Founder, Admirable, and CEO of my aforementioned parent company, Vance Wentworth. Assist me in collecting artifacts relating to Mr. Wentworth, and you'll be rewarded, perhaps financially, or perhaps even further. Wink. However, to assure you that you are serious in this offer, I require an initial down payment. Alright, I will subscribe to your pyramid scheme and work for you now. Sounds good. That's right, do not put me on pizza. Multiverse takes the base game of Advanced Edition and then just kind of multiplies the content of the game. Hold on. Base cam's not quite where I want it to be. There. Now I'm not blocking stuff. I'm a little small, but I'm not blocking stuff. So, you take the base content of Advanced Edition, multiply it by 10 or so. So 10 times as many different guns, 10 times as many different ships, 10 times as many different alien species to have on your ship. With, shockingly, all of them free of typographical errors and reasonably well balanced against each other. It's been a really delight to explore. We could actually attack the Orchid Station. I don't plan on buying anything here, but picking a fight unnecessarily with civilians does actually have downsides in Multiverse Edition. Take some time to relax here. Crew could use a rest. You tour the halls of the station and come across a lively tavern with all sorts inside. The banter seems to be entirely friendly, and it's the one source of vibrant sound in the entire place. You get to talking with a table of mercenaries who stopped here as well, and find yourself making a new friend. Luan T. the Zoltan. There's anything we can do here on board the ship anyway. We can look at the contents of the shop, just kind of take a look at some stuff. Particle accelerators can't damage the hull or crew but do heavy system damage. Frost lasers are cool. They lock down rooms. And the kernel weapons have reduced ammo consumption compared to normal missile weapons, essentially. Note that cloaking is even more expensive in Multiverse, now 170 scrap to get online. We could buy a cheap augment. Interesting. What do you got? Mysterious beacon. Mysterious device set to broadcast into space far beyond the reach of your FTL drive. It is uncertain what will happen if you activate it. Well now, that's rather interesting. Let's see, in the storage I can internalize a performance upgrade, right? Sweet. We free up an augment slot that way. I don't think I can activate the beacon at the moment. But yes, we have to turn it on. And yes, the price of cloaking is upped because it's so heckin' good. But yeah, that's why. Still entirely worth it at 170. Alright, Lamante is just a regular Zoltan. You're going to work in... Let's see, we already have the core systems manned. But operating O2, let's... Or actually, just having you in the clone bay could prevent an ion incident. Could always be nice. But I don't need the clone bay powered all the time, Winky Face. Nothing bad will happen, right? Probably should have bought some fuel. Maybe there's fuel in the asteroid field. No, there's missiles. Dang. Federation Depot for Multiverse Travelers. More missiles. Here we go. Activate the beacon. Boop. Are you sure you want to activate the beacon? This will remove it from storage and cannot be undone. The effects are uncertain. That's exactly why I'm going to do it. The beacon beeps, and a cascading signal ricochets outwards into the depths of space. You don't know who's listening or where they are, but hopefully they're friendly. Or drop good loot. Hopefully. Looks like we can make 2 more jumps before going to the exit here, before the fleet catches up, so there's no reason to go to this civilian store. We pick one of these 2 beacons. I choose you. Incoming ship with weapons hot. It's our good friend. Beams make no other weapons, man. Primed and ready to threaten us with their... Yeah, that. I don't know if I can successfully suffocate the crew here. Could be worth a shot, though. What I can do is wait until he's almost done repairing it and then mind control. I think with mind control it is possible to get a suffocation kill here. In FTL, you generally get better rewards if you're able to defeat the crew of an enemy ship versus... taking out their hull. You may also be able to get better special rewards in such instances. Will they both be repairing the O2 though? No, they actually go back to pilot. Good. Could employ the aid of one ion bomb here too, if necessary. It is. Ship is surprisingly well equipped. Please take this and let us live. 4 fuel, 2 drone parts is a pretty good deal, actually. So I think this is a surrender probably worth taking. But I do wonder what reward we might get. if we refuse. Probably going to cost me a missile, actually, too. So, you know what? I will take your surrender. I need the fuel pretty badly, actually. Be on your way. Try not to bother anyone. The chair has a time. So we have to fight an elite rebel here at the end of the sector. Can't help but notice that they have 2 shield bars, but nothing the ion bomb can't solve. What do we got here? Human soldier gonna board. Soldiers are better at combat. Some scary guns here. That part's gonna be a challenge, as we have very little defense against more guns. I want to delay the boarding. I think I want to mind control the shield guy momentarily. Yeah, let's do that. Should be able to win a 2-on-1 over here. Uh-oh, that's not good. It's really, really, really not good. Prevent that instantly. Hopefully the ion bomb can at least fire, otherwise we're going to have a really hard time here. You are fine, because you have a clone bay. Actually, I shouldn't have fired at their shield room. I should have fired at the weapons. Okay, their shields are down for now, but our weapons are completely offline, and that's extremely bad. Turn off the O2. Fire goes out. It is fine if Fluffy Mittens dies. That's kind of the point. Okay, you two fix that instantly. Now the conservative laser is still charging. But that wasn't allowed. Oh, lucky miss. Oh, it can't fire. I understand. Until the weapon is powered. There it goes. Don't fix that. Okay, I think we've actually gotten control of the situation. Pretty spooky there for a moment. Successfully defeated the elite ship. We get 17 scrap and a particle beam. Cool. What is that? 2 power weapon, 19-second charge time. A long concentrated beam that annihilates systems and lights fires, but does no damage to the hull or crew. An interesting pairing for the ion bomb. Very interesting. But I think it's probably time we got up to shields too here. Oh, I maybe wanted to check the next sector first here. Harmony sector or Union turf? Interesting. I think I want to go to a Harmony sector. This is an NG sector, yes? Yes. And we can also check out a task from Cura. be offered easy, intermediate, or hard. Let's take an intermediate to start. Discovered an article describing a scandal between Mr. Wentworth and his right-hand woman, Sarah Black. Wish to authenticate these claims, and this newspaper is a start. Some aging union man has taken residency on the fringes of the sector. Please locate his retirement home and obtain the newspaper. Requirements: retrieve his newspaper. Recommendations: try not to step on the old man's lawn. I assume he will likely tell us to get off of it, if we do. And that would be undesirable. I accept your job. To the NG. Technology has been the center of the NG race's government for a long time, and they tend to value science over their own families. Despite being normally peaceful, the NG don't take lightly to intruders in their sectors. Fortunately for you, the guard here doesn't consider you an intruder and ignores you. Hey guard, please give me free stuff. Thanks. It's all in how you ask. 2 power for that, huh? Let's at least get our power bar. Nope, stepping on the lawn. Why is there a mantis store here? I just realized that. Must be a secret one. What at first seems to be a simple nebula is actually filled with a good amount of debris from a brutal exchange between several ships. It's hard to determine who the combatants were without closer investigation. Well, you know me. I'm all about closer investigation. Let's go. There's nothing there but exploded stuff, unfortunately. Ship with conspicuous Archeon markings is orbiting a nearby moon. Broadcasting a simple message claiming to have stuff for sale. Stuff for sale? Well, we can't have that. Attack. You raise your weapons and attack the pirate. 4-pad teleporter, very impressive. Some nasty looking crew, but unfortunately you're up against people with Clone Bay who don't care. I can charge particle beam plus conservative laser, huh? I want to try that out. Use the conservative laser to get their shields down, and then the particle beam does the dirty work. Of course, they've got a missile launcher, so we have to put that down. Does system damage 2, fire chance 40%. Perfect. Make sure the clone bay is powered. Go to town on these nerds. Better yet, have them go to town on themselves. Let's see how this went astray. Uh-oh. That's less than ideal. Let's hit their guns for the moment. The gun I wanted to take offline. Good job hitting yourself, though. Particle beam to take out their important systems here. Weapons, engines, shields. There. No repairing the weapons either. Everyone back to their normal places, please. Some more fire. Oh yeah, it can also make you fight each other. Fun with that too. No crew damage from this, that's right. Just fires. They're trying to get away. Well, good luck to them in that endeavor. The Rockman is immune to fire, so he'll have to suffocate in order to be killed here. Oh, I can mind control him to sit... That's rude. Oh, I didn't know if that would work. Brutal. The pirate ship will no longer torment this sector. You scrap the remains. Brutal. What a way to go, huh? Alright, maybe we can mind control the old man into... not telling us to get off his lawn. For the location of a geriatric old man, a Union militia outpost seems a strange location to retire to, yet the cheesy old decorations adorning it suggest that this is the right place. As you approach the outpost, a CDEG vessel suddenly comes racing towards you. I told you damn rascals last time to stay off my property. Youths have no respect these days. I spent 60 damn years of my miserable life fighting goddamn wars against rebels, pirates, spiders, and the Coalition, and you pay me back by spray painting genitalia on my station? Seems the old man has mistaken you for somebody else. Maybe if you can hold him off long enough without killing him, you'll be able to convince him to stand down. Fend him off without killing him. Hold off this long without killing the old man, and you may be able to convince him to stand down. Alright, that doesn't seem too bad, although the guns on the ship do seem too bad. Thankfully, we did get a second shield bar, which is perfect for this task. Let's see. How do we want to try to do this? Probably just ion bomb on their guns is going to be the easiest way to make this not be a miserable experience for us. Make sure the dodge is powered. And start a fight? Question mark? Yeah, it prevents the weapons from being banned, so that's going to help them. Oh, I didn't see that burst too. That's terrifying. Whew. Good place to get hit. Alright, I think the ion bomb is the easy key here. We'll just fire that one more time. Ion bomb is a crazy good weapon in Multiverse Edition. It's just as good as the ion bomb from vanilla FTL, 4 ion damage with an 18-second charge time, so it can lock down a system perpetually. But this version has plus 30% accuracy, so you'll basically never miss. And that's good. Ah, strange. It feels as though a lot of time has passed, like exactly 60 seconds. And in those 60 seconds, it seems I've now realized you weren't who I thought you were. You're a renegade, right? What do you want? We're looking for some newspapers, sir. Confused but willing to comply, the old man retrieves the newspapers in question for you. I remember the day this paper came out. Quite the fuss. Well, here you are then. Don't know why it is you want this, but as long as you aren't going to spray paint another reproductive organ on my wall, I'm not going to complain. We bring it back to Kira, and Kira says, why is it that humans continue to print these paper and ink sheets of timely archives when a much more efficient technological alternative is readily available? It truly is baffling. Regardless, I will convert this unsettlingly inefficient archive to digital form and look over its contents. Would you allow me to air my thoughts as I look this over? Sure, what do you got for me, Kira? As you may or may not know, all aces are required to take an oath of celibacy as part of their doctrine. In the case of Sarah Black, one of the first two aces, this proved to be complicated. Having known Vance for years, the two had a long-running secret affair already, hidden merely for political reasons. But after the oath, it was kept secret to avoid outing their hypocrisy. Oh, you strange irrational organics and your fruitless scandals. Emotions are a curse which binds you all to self-destructive behavior. It is unfortunate I was created in your image, but I suppose if I were flawless, this multiverse would be mine already. I am an AI of my ever-scrupulous words, for now at least. Alright, we get 30 scrap. And just a really amusing event in general, part of why I continue to really like my time with FTL Multiverse. That was great. So, 50 scrap to play with. What's next on the upgrade priority? One more weapon power would really go a long way, so that I can arm the particle beam alongside the ion bomb. It's not prohibitive, that's within reach right now, actually. Let's just do that right now. Wait. Oh, I guess based on the enemy ship, the chair's location changes? That makes sense. Alright, we're gonna bring you... close to home, then. Ah, that's where the Harmony link is, too. Okay, I definitely want to check this. Although maybe needed some scrap. Here's you've discovered a Harmony link. These massive planet-sized structures are made up of trillions of nanobots and transmit a strong signal to all NG of the sector. A suzerain ship is waiting near the beacon, likely hunting for NG. Federation, we recommend staying away unless you want to become next prey. Attack the Mantis? Let's pick a fight. If you have Death Wish, then let me be one to grant it. Yeah, they've got dinky guns, but a very terrifying boarding crew. Mantis suzerains are even more powerful in melee combat than a regular Mantis, so it's going to take probably everybody to beat one of them. But I can turn them against themselves here, where their deadly combat powers are going to be a liability, not an asset. Alright, the 4-on-1 is easily won. We should also consider upgrading our... Oh, it's one of those? Oh, this is a perfect training opportunity then. Yeah, we should hang out and just let them fire this gun at us every couple of seconds until we at least get a little bit of dodge training done on the current crew. Yeah, just a few more dodges. We can get an easy 10% evasion just from having more skilled crew. We could sit here and wait until the shields are maxed out too on their training, but that would be a unwanted eternity, let's just say. Plus it gives us something to benefit from while we wait for the mind control to recharge a couple more times here. Oh, they're just gonna... yeah, wow. Okay, then. Oh, yeah, and we should be training our weapons while we're waiting as well. That makes sense. Not that we get a whole lot of benefit out of it, because it has such a long charge time, but... super agree. We should be firing the heavy, not the conservative. That one has a lot shorter charge time. Alright, there's our first level up. The chair! Better at piloting now. Just have to dodge 13 more shots. Should be easy, right? Hello there, Rhythm Galaxy. Yeah, we're already very close. Shield training doing. That's almost leveled as well. Good. If you've never seen FTL before, this is going to be a little bit overwhelming due to the amount of extra content we've got from the Multiverse mod. But the gist of FTL is that we are trying to get from one end to the galaxy to the other, carrying important information. As we go, we're playing essentially Star Trek spaceship battle simulator here. The core gameplay of FTL involves routing the power of your ship to the various systems and subsystems while trying to attack enemy spaceships that themselves have different systems with different functions. So the bulk of gameplay comes from the ship-to-ship combat. We've got shields that block incoming weapon fire, our own weapons that do various things to the enemy ship. Engines are required for us to dodge enemy shots. Usually a clone bay or med bay involved in keeping crew alive. Same for the O2 system. If the oxygen runs out, crew will asphyxiate. And then a whole host of specialized systems like drone control, mind control, and hacking are available as well. So different ships will have different loadouts. This ship is currently trying to subvert and to destroy enemy crew by separating them with the mind control system and then picking them off with our weapons. It's working okay so far. Managed to take down a powerful Hive Elite and their ship. Now the remains are ours to scrap. We get a breach bomb. That's an incredibly good weapon. Yes, this is an incredibly good weapon. The classic, the best. Also better than the vanilla version, thanks to that 30% accuracy bonus. Breach bomb is a 1-power bomb. Does 2 system damage, and most importantly, 100% chance to inflict a breach on the enemy. I'm going to swap out this dinky heavy laser. We're going to go double bomb loadout. We may want to consider something like an explosive replicator, but I'd need more scrap for that. Oh, I like that idea. Put the chair by the chair's name on the crew list. Right here. Right there. Perfect. So what does a breach provide? A breach is a puncture in the hull of the ship, and so it lets all of the air out of the room of that ship. Crew inside will suffocate quite quickly, and depending on the exact layout of the ship, other rooms might suffer from oxygen loss as well. It also prevents, as long as the breach is in a room, no repairs to the system in that room can occur until the breach is fixed, so it adds an additional repair time to fix any system damage. Okay, we don't want to go to a store right now. Let's just keep jumping around beacons for the moment. A mantis ship that appears not to have noticed you. A rare sight indeed, however. Let's make them notice us. Attack! What do we got here? They have a teleporter. No medbay of any variety aboard this ship. Shouldn't need to use any bomb weapons on this. We'll go particle beam conservative laser here. Fight each other. Also, you need to die now. So the core of our ship is the crew member. Each crew member has a different species, and different species get slightly different bonuses. But ultimately, one crew member is able to man one system, providing small bonuses to the system in question. The pilot makes and engines specialists make our ship more likely to dodge enemy weapons fire. Manning the weapons makes them charge faster. Manning the shields makes them recharge faster. Toasty. Despite the Mantis being fearsome warriors, they were no match for our ship. No match at all. Getting those really high scrap values from our base normal difficulty. It's been fun. I guess we keep jumping around and exploring. Although I could probably use some of this scrap to do something meaningful. Engine upgrades are helpful. I wouldn't mind a sensor upgrade so that we can see the enemy interior without having to man the sensors, but I think we're okay for now on that. Upgrading the mind control sounds really helpful. Let's do that first. Actually didn't need the power bar yet, but we'll upgrade the engines next. Investing your earliest scrap upgrades in FTL into survivability is usually a very good idea. Depending on the exact ship that you're using, I recommend getting shields 2 very quickly, and then upgrading engines to 3 or 4 bars is another good way to get some very early survivability. Pirate ship lying in wait inside this asteroid field, huh? Much more difficult to get a crew kill here, as the asteroids will threaten constant damage to them. Black gun is a little dangerous. Good luck fighting each other. I think we can wait this out now, actually. We're safe from the asteroids. Their weapons are down and going to stay that way. This poor Rockman should suffocate shortly, as the fires will burn the oxygen out. Just stand in that room, please. Good luck to you, sir. Rooms with these slashy pink lines indicate rooms that units will take suffocation damage in. As the oxygen level of a room goes down, it turns from white to increasing pink, and then the hazard lines show up once damage begins to occur. Standing on fire also results in damage for most species. Rockmen like this guy, however, are immune to fire damage. So the Rockman can't burn to death. The only good pirate is a dead pirate. Today you've made a lot of dead pirates. It's a good day. Another asteroid field. Alright, I don't think I'm going to try to get a crew kill on these ones, but we'll see what happens, I guess. Don't have available power for the breach bomb, that's okay. Boarding me with a leech. How dare they? Just one gun? Still dangerous gun in a asteroid field. Love the leech repair animation. Scrape, scrape. Yeah, the low health of our crew is partially due to our healing style, which is Clone Bay. Clone Bay means we'll only heal 8 health every time we jump. There's no way to heal the crew instantly other than putting them out the airlock and then bringing them back to life with the Clone Bay. So if you'd prefer that, you're more than welcome to sign up for full health. Mind control him while he's in the room. Got him. You've proven yourself an efficient murderer of pirates. Thanks. The Clone Bay does not actually need to be powered when they die. The Clone Bay needs to be powered either shortly after they die. Usually immediately. But you don't have to have it powered the instant they're dead. There's a brief window. Followed by, accompanied by, a delightful chime alerting you that the Clone Bay is not functioning. Each time crew are revived, they lose 10% of their accumulated experience, I think it is, in all of their skills. So there is a penalty for being brought back to life, in addition to the mental trauma. Hey, we haven't done a thingy this time. New salvage mission. 13 more scrap. Nice. We have 32 missiles. This ship is on a roll here. Let's get those engine upgrades we wanted. Go straight to engines 4 here. Let's get 40% dodge chance. I think I only get 2 more jumps with the exit beacon. Let's go over here then. Yeah, the worst sound I've ever heard. Also accurately describes the Clone Bay sound. Move in to assist. A Mantis ship assaulting a small NG space station. With cloaking, but no shields. Fascinating. Welcome aboard my ship. They'll be fine. Is there only one guy left on that ship? Interesting. Break everything. Please enjoy the fire. No more life signs detected on the Mantis ship. You hasten to contact the NG who thank you for the assistance and provide us with a new NG. Narth, the NG. We've been drowning in scrap this run so far. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Good. So I have to go to the exit now? Because this area is about to fall under control. And it looks like the exit falls within the 2 jump here. So I think we have to go to the exit now. Unless we want to try diving. Let's explore. Picked up a refugee ship drifting through space. Give him a hail. 4 of our missiles for 7 fuel. We traded 2 fuel to get these 4 missiles earlier, so let's get that back with dividends. We have a surplus of missiles after all. Gathering Rimworlds or Shell territory. Interesting. Let's head on to Shell territory. Note that purple no longer indicates specifically nebula, but rather hazard. Interesting. We have not seen much of the shell creatures in our explorations. Let's get a new task from Kira while we're at it. Do we do another intermediate one or escalate to hard? I feel like we'll be ready for a hard task when we're at 3 shields. Let's do one more intermediate and then start doing hard tasks from there. I've been in contact with one Prophet Pete who claims he has photographs of Mr. Wentworth, which he's willing to give away. This Mr. Pete quite literally has no backbone, stolen by what he claims were tripedal spaghetti monsters. He should give in to your demands easily. Oh, that's right. We listened to Crazy Pete's stories last time, I think. Probably won't do that again. I accept your job. Shell Geniocracy. Shells are usually friendly, but their cultural practices often lead to misunderstandings with races when they attempt to run harmless experiments on abducted crew. Try to be tolerant, and the shells won't be much of an issue to you. Creepy. Shells prefer to avoid conflict when they can, and their ships are usually very well protected. Let's contact the guard. Hey, guard! Please give me free things? To your surprise, the shells transfer over some supplies. You wonder if they're doing it out of kindness or out of fear. He got shot when he got to the best part. That's right. Dang, that's a way to go. There's a shell store, distress beacon. Task from Kira. This is all nebula stuff, but we have a slug to guide us, so we can still get crew kills and such, even in a nebula. Not too much of a problem. A nearby shell ship appears to be the source of the distress beacon. Their life support is broken and they're suffocating rapidly. Board and try to save them. We're risking nothing as we have a clone bay of our own. We can't suffocate. Permanently. You dock with the shell ship, but it seems they aren't happy to see you. They mistake you for pirates and attack, although they won't last long without oxygen. You don't say. Thanks for the tip, game. Alright, forget the theme stuff momentarily. Arm the bombs. So, what do we have? We got 2 somewhat threatening weapons. 3 shield bars is quite difficult to get through this early in the game. But our bomb weapons will ignore shields, so we're just going to bomb their oxygen. Kill them that way. This enemy ship is filled with a deadly neurotoxin, which will passively damage your crew over time. Spooky. They do have a clone bay. Probably going to take a couple of bombs to win this. And that's all it takes. A breach in their O2 room, a breach in their clone bay, and now they're pretty much helpless here. Although I might need to hit their guns with one more weapon. Yeah. Hopefully we've got really good dodge chance, which is helping out a lot here. That just did whole damage too. Okay, yeah. Oh, crap. It was the worst time to initiate a bomb attack, right as they cloaked. Yeah, that is doing whole damage. We gotta stop this. Oh, they're dead. The shell ship has been neutralized. We scrapped the ship for 1 missile, 1 drone part, 35 more scrap. Nice reference to the Ferengi rules of acquisition in that achievement there. Wasn't the plan to save them? Well, that was before they thought we were pirates. As soon as they thought they were pirates, we decided to actually be pirates. Kill them and take their stuff. So, self-fulfilling prophecy or something. But yes, we initially came here to save them. Oh no. Well, golly, I'm Callie the Calculator, and you must be student name here. I am so excited to be your teacher here at school name here. Let's begin. We've played the math game before. Nobody wins, but there's extra punishment for wrong answers, so you gotta play. 16. Next question. What's 2 plus 2 plus 2? 6. You're doing amazing. Next question. Fatal error. Question invalid. Oh. Oops, 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 oops. Audio file corrupted. Continuing with re-education protocols. So, no oxygen or crew on this ship. Auto ships rely on self-repair. All I have to do is breach their weapon, the breach bomb. Why is my ship on fire? Hello? Uh-oh. Oh no! Oh crap. You guys gotta fix that. Next problem. 6 minus 3. 3. Good job. Student name. One more. Okay. 14 divided by 7. 2. Alright, the oxygen hack is not actually a problem because no matter what, the clone bay will operate. Okay, and from here we can kill it at our leisure. Shame that it took so many breach bombs, but we're fine. The absolute value of 8 is 8. Been a little while since I remembered even the concept of absolute value, just the numerical quantity. Essentially, if a number is positive, then its value is its absolute value. If a number is negative, then the positive counterpart is the absolute value. that good at doing hull damage, huh? 12 divided by 3. Two plus 2, 4. And yeah, I was a chemistry teacher, not a math teacher. But I did like math as a subject quite a lot. Not trig substitutions, though. I hated those. What is the value of p? If p plus 2 equals 8 times 6. 8 times 6 is 48. 48 minus 2 equals p. 46. Getting harder. As the fight goes on, do they get more complicated? Tom says, my favorite thing from chemistry classes in school was flash cotton. Cotton soaked in nitrates so that it's highly flammable. Absolute value of negative 12, that's 12. Yeah, I think many students have a fun, like, we showed off this bomb in chemistry or something. Something that feels like it should have been illegal. But it was cool. Bad student name. Your parents will hear about this. The Wreck of Cali contains a special modified weapon. That's right. We always get a slightly randomly modified... Holy crap. What? Plus 1 ion damage, starts a fire, initial cooldown is 15 seconds. This is the math loot. 100% fire chance, 90% stun chance. Beam length 2? What is this? This doesn't look like it's balanced at all. I can't wait to try it. 7 ion damage? What? If this thing is doing what it's claiming it's doing, it's going to be really OP. I don't understand what the chain... Decrease cooldown by 16. Please calculate the average damage of this weapon before using. Sure. 7 ion damage divided by negative 17 seconds equals negative 7 over 17? Question mark? Exclamation point. Infinity damage, possibly. This is definitely gonna break something. What I think happened here is that the math loot modifier, the Cali the Calculator drops random weapons that have like a random modifier on them, and I think what happened is we got a combination of base weapon and random modifier that resulted in something broken. Let's give it a try. I don't know why it requires no power. That seems like the most broken thing about it. Really close to a third shield barrier. That's going to be my next priority. I would like to get a shop, maybe. I might use the merchant beacon if we get an opportunity here. Yeah, here we go. Sells for 32. Can I sell the merchant beacon to the merchant? That's pretty funny, actually. by a crew teleporter here. Shell Scientist. Genetically engineered to provide medical assistance to the nearby crew. Interesting. Take heavy self-damage, but fully healing all nearby crew. I'll go for the full repair, and I'll sell... I'm going to sell the particle beam, the heavy weapon. I think we're going to need those. Cool, on that I can get more shields with then. Good! You pilot closer to what seems to be an old Union carry ship, repainted and scribbled over a giant blood red warning, beware. On the vid screen appears a strange man held upright by a long pole to which he's been tied. His torso looks unusually flabby and his limbs flap violently as he talks. We're here for those photographs, old man. Yeah, I'll go get 'em, but I'm only gonna give 'em to you if you listen to my story. Them's noodle monsters real, I tell ya. Realer than, well, something's real, I suppose, and they stole my spine. Just give us the damn photos, old man. We don't have all day. No, you damn renegades and your impatience. What am I going to tell you? You could save your gosh darn life. You hearing me? If you won't hand them over, we'll take them from you. And so be it. I may be spineless, but I'll still kick your ass, renegade. We'll have to kill his crew instead, it says. Perfect. That's exactly what we're good at. They have their own mind control. We can use ours to counter theirs. See that there's a drone headed our way, too. Hacking drone. Hacking our own bay. Not a problem unless somebody dies. So it's a pinpoint weapon, right? Well, it sure did 7 ion damage. Now it's gone? Didn't take out 3 rooms at once. These rooms, subsystems are ionized when they activate. So our mind control, for example, is blinking here just because we used it. That's true of their mind control and their hacking. The only system we actually hit was their shields. Why is it disabled, though? I guess it can fire once and only once. That's definitely not what I interpreted from the tooltip. Well, it is a broken weapon. I wasn't wrong. Yeah, can we do something to make its cooldown longer? If we unman the weapons? I don't think so. I can't turn it off because it's a powerless weapon. Is the thing. I can't depower it. Maybe if I turn off the entire system? Nope, it's still powered, unfortunately. That makes sense. Here, actually, yeah, we deal with our mind control the old-fashioned way. Or the you not fix your O2. Good. Alright, so if this can only be fired once per combat, it is a lot less useful, but still actually pretty good. All things considered. Prophet Pete collapses, his spineless sack of a body now helplessly strewn across the metal floor. Gasping for air as his lungs collapse, the madman can't manage to utter a final word before he expires. With no one left to stop you, you board the ship and grab the photographs. Pete is dead. How unfortunate. Such a strange accident, isn't it, Renegade? I suppose we may never know the cause. It's unlikely these photographs would provide much in my pursuit of data. Don't trouble yourself over it. For your efforts, I will compensate you regardless. Get compensation. I'm not sure I'm allowed to fire the conservative laser. Can swap out stuff here, though. So, not allowed to depower the equalizer. Likewise, this still shows powered here. I'm just not sure we're allowed to fire it without another weapon being powered. Interesting weapon. Attack the pirates. Whoa, double combat drones, huh? Spooky. That's why we have 3 shields. See that bomb weapon, too. Orchids provide O2 to the room they're in. That may make killing one difficult here. Definitely seems like a bit of an overwhelming situation. Let's employ one more barrage here. Those weapons silence. Ah, heck. Alright, let's look at some human mind control. That's right. Alright, does the vamp weed provide oxygen to the room it's in, I guess is the question. Difficult to tell. Can't tell if I need to breach bomb one more time to end the fight now, or if we just have to wait. Could even take 2 breach bombs to kill this thing. Doesn't seem like the room is running out of O2 though, so I imagine... that it is fine. Just one. Good. You've slaughtered the entirety of their pirate crew. All that's left is to scrap the ship. Oddly enough, only 14 scrap for that. A lot lower than we've been getting previously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Should upgrade our clone bay. Nearby appears to be a shell science laboratory. They hail you. Oh, good, a visitor. We haven't seen many people recently, which is rather unfortunate. With so many new rebels coming by, we've noticed you outsiders react rather strangely to our toxins. We would like to test the effect on any aliens you might have. We understand the risk, and we'll pay accordingly. I mean, we could just make clones, right? I don't see a risk here. Clone Bay says, do the risky thing. Have at it. As to be expected, we've seen these results quite often on rebel ships. Quite harmful, I'd say. They send back your crew, who look rather sick, but healthy enough to keep working. Yeah, Clone Bay being powered doesn't matter during events, fortunately. It's very spooky if it did. Alright, maybe we buy a new gun at this civilian store? Surely civilians are well armed, right? Land on the moon and search for a shop. Slug senses distress among the citizens. He advises we hurry. Sure. You're able to gauge that an asteroid storm will strike soon. With the knowledge your slug provides, you quickly hurry into the store and get what you need and leave before the storm hits. Still haven't done a salvage mission here. Stumble across an inactive pirate ship. Scans didn't turn up before. Send a team. Your crew dig around the ship, but find all of the crew dead and anything of value gone. Except for this irradiated flak gun, which is definitely something I would call of value. Ah, and here's the weapon that this math blaster was, the equalizer, that is a variant of, the pre-ion. Ion weapon uses no power, charges instantly, and fires a strong ion beam capable of taking out enemy shields very effectively, but it can only be fired once per battle. So it's normally a 1 second charge time. The chain effect decreases the cooldown by 2, so it does result at negative cooldown, just like the other variants. Gotcha. Okay, so seeing that now, the equalizer weapon makes sense. We got a better version. This version is more ion damage, starts a fire, but has an initial cooldown compared to the preemptive ion blast. It's not really a problem that there's a cooldown, because our other stuff needs to charge anyway. What's the radiation flak do? Fire 4 radioactive projectiles which do normal hull damage as well as high crew damage, and sometimes erode the hull enough to create a breach. Sometimes 50% breach chance. 45 crew damage per hit. 3 power required though. Cool gun. But yeah, 3 power is a bit expensive. Yeah, every second hit on something that fires 4 projectiles per shot. So, all the time. Burst missiles. Multiple low-damage warheads for the price of 1. I mean, yeah, I'm happy to use it here. Piercing heavy laser. Shield piercing 1. 1 shot. Shell mechanic. Fully repairing the current system. And the Shell Guardians do damage when they explode. Interesting. Big crew teleporter hacking is here. Hacking, very good. I'd also consider adding a drone system to this, and then random augments for sale. Yeah, I think we're going to swap the... I'm sure I'm going to regret this. We're going to swap the ion bomb out. Use breach bomb, conservative razor, rad flak with the equalizer to let us have the first fire on most enemy ships. Random augments are pretty fun. I'm considering. Defender drone Mark 1's pretty good. Great missile defense for us while we do our thing. Missiles are definitely a real problem. Well, why not both? Give me the drone control. Targeting lasers or solid projectiles. Interesting. And I'll buy an augment. Let's go for the 26. That was advanced ventilation. Right, life support now prioritizes our crew refilling oxygen faster in rooms where crew are present. Yeah, I was surprised to learn that this Mark 1 variant targets lasers here. Guess we'll see how that works for us. I'm relatively happy to have it. About time to start thinking about some internal upgrades. Many systems in FTL Multiverse can have permanent upgrades added to them. For example, we can get a performance upgrade on the shields for 40 scrap and 3 fuel that makes the shields recharge even faster, or the ion field for a chance to negate ion damage is another really important one. We'll probably want to grab sooner rather than later, actually. Rather than going up to 4 bars of shields, it probably behooves us to get more efficiency upgrades for the shields. Appears you've run into one of the dangerous members of the Exotic Hunters Guild. These slug hunters tend to hunt shells for their armor, but they aren't above hunting other ships as well. Alright, we're going to give the rad flak a try here. Not enough power. Slugs are all immune to mind control anyway, so yeah. It's a spooky gun they've got. Actually, they only have 1 shield bar. I think I'm going to try to hit them the equalizer on their guns. All of their guns are taken out. Let's stay that way for a while. Nice. We will never surrender, shouts the clansman right as your shot scatters across their hull. Scratch that. How much for you to let us go? Never. You will never surrender. Looks like we killed at least one of them too. Effective. Proud clansmen and their ship have been destroyed. Though their many trophies have been purged along with them, at least you could salvage some scrap from their ship. I don't really want to go to a slug store. I was just thinking I would actually really like reverse ion field. Here's the Exotic Hunters Guild has established a hunting lodge near this beacon. Quite a bold move doing it within Shell's space. The clansmen were never known for their respecting territorial boundaries. Let's show them why that's a bad idea. You'll be doing everyone a favor by getting rid of these guys. You ready the weapons and move in for the kill. This is a station. Stations have 0% dodge chance, but often thick hull and some serious space on board. Have a med bay. That guy's dead. Stop! Take all this scrap! Let us go! Nah. Don't wanna. Problem is, I'm not sure if I can kill the last one without breaking their ship. Worth a shot. No doubt avenge the souls of many innocent lives who were hunted down by these clansmen. Plus, you get some scrap out of it. Good. Alright, let's install an internal upgrade on the shields. Getting Ion Field. 50% chance to ignore ion damage. It's going to help us in a whole bunch of different fights. I think it's time for a Clone Bay upgrade, too. The husk of an emptied trapper vessel drifts in the nebula. Around it lay a few mines, but it's hard to tell whether they're still active. Grab it! Appears you were mistaken about it being empty. The ship activates as you move in, and seeing your intentions as hostile, they attack. With their extremely large guns. Holy crap. What are those? Don't answer that, I don't want to know. Oh, they got a mine launcher. Does this just... Yeah, just do hull damage right through my shields, so we gotta stop that immediately. Radiation flak is nasty, though it seems to be equally effective at destroying crew and hull in a way that's a little bit problematic. Hey there, Hawkeye. How's the equalizer work? It's a once per combat only weapon, is what we figured out. That's why the stats seem like they're so good. It's on fire. The base weapon for it is called a pre-ion. It's supposed to be about kind of preemptively winning the fight. Nah, whatever. Bucky, welcome aboard. Got a Sobek mine launcher. Ooh, those can be used to... Oh yeah, this is the one that provides 3 fleet delay for 17 missiles. Pretty wild. 2 power, 8-second charge time. Fires 3 shots. With 100% breach chance? Holy crap. That's a cool weapon. This thing is nasty. Guaranteed hull damage, guaranteed breaches. Only problem with it is the accuracy, looks like. You know what we should have done is use the defender drone, because I bet that could have shot the mines. I didn't even think about that. Oh. Bucky! Okay, but I still hear something on fire. Where's the fire? There. That'd be a weapon that could beat Sylvan. That would be a start. You'd still have to get through the Zoltan shield and survive Sylvan's attacks. Fire is still going, yes. Of mind control here? Yeah. Just mind control the fire. Oh, and the drones now. Come on. Please control the fire. Thank you. Take a peek at the NG sector again. Alright, give me a hard one. During the more cordial arrangements made between the Rebellion and the Dustbringer movements, I believe Mr. Wentworth once held a meeting with the infamous war hero/terrorist Deverak the Deathless Rely. A nearby outpost should have those recordings on board, but they won't be easy to obtain. Please do your best not to fail me. Retrieve the audio logs. Recommendation: secure the station without causing too much damage. Duskbringers are not known for giving up, even in death. Bonus reward: Martyr Vests. Give me free stuff. Actually, oh, NG crew can request assistance. Give me more free stuff. Fellow NG detected. Need for supplies will be fulfilled. Guess we're going here because we have no choice. Links on this sector map are rather interesting. Investigate the battlefield. Full of nothing. Have to go to a store. Also full of nothing. Oh, hello. A large civilian market has been established in the system. We can either access the market or volunteer to stand guard for a massive reward instead of going to the shop, which is exactly perfect. Thanks. Federation soldiers are glad to take a break, and their command agrees to let you stand guard. Your shift will take one jump cycle. Hopefully nothing bad happens. Luck is not on our side today, though. Something bad happens. It is our duty to take care of them. And then the shop opens right before the combat. That's maybe not perfect timing game, but I really like it. Okay, we'll fix the hole, I guess. Could buy a Zoltan. Neural laser. Heavy laser plus stun. There's the particle beam back, but yeah. We'll be right with you, pirates. That's right. It's fine. What is happening? Hacked weapons, huh? Okay, that complicates matters a little bit. But I'm not afraid. There's a debuff. Alright, they have no healing, right? We should just mind control their highest health crew, I guess. You're not gonna put up a fight, or what? Fascinating. What is happening here? Hello? To the death. Evidently. We're having an interesting time over there. Oh, shoot. I made a mistake. Take everything we have and let's both forget this happened, they say, imminently about to jump. Deal. Please do not escape from me. I'll take the guaranteed reward. Be gone. Also, that was my guard duty mission, right? Interesting. Very interesting. Please give me more power bars. Thanks. Extremist Station. What a crazy looking construction. Moments after your arrival, you receive a series of hails from a nearby station. I'll give you till the count of 10 to get lost before I go over there and do mean things to you. I'll kick your teeth in and pluck off your toes. We have to attack the station. Apparently we're not supposed to cause too much damage. You disregard the feeble intimidations of the Duskbringers to make the first move towards violence yourself. That's a lot of guns, friend. Definitely going to be employing the breach bomb on this one. Got 32 missiles, good. Double small bomb, huh? It's kind of terrifying. Uh-oh. Realizing you've penetrated their defenses, the Deathbringers have now switched to a more devastating strategy. Scans show rising energy levels in their power core. They're going to self-destruct. Kill the crew of the station before the timer runs out, or else the station will explode. I don't have a lot of time, but let's see what I can make happen here. Oh, also, they're going to devastate us while this happens. Got it, though. Easy. The Duskbringers have been defeated. With the station empty and nobody to stop you, you inspect the consoles and retrieve the recordings before beginning your salvage operation. Mr. Wentworth's decision to cooperate with the Duskbringer menace was short-sighted and a fault of weakness. Sure, the Duskbringers have not yet pulled a plug on the Alliance, but it is inevitable. These recordings should show the ideological divide between the two men. Would you allow me to air my thoughts as I look these over? Yes. Cura allows the tapes to play at full length, silent through the entire process. The tapes show, strangely, very little political deliberation between closed doors. Instead, Vance and Dvorak, after a few moments of stiff awkwardness, eventually break tensions and begin to lightheartedly debate their ideologies, finding much common ground between them. In the end, both men get up, shake hands, and sign the treaty with renewed vigor before marching off out of view. It's strangely uncanny seeing the leader of the human-centric rebellion getting along with not only an alien, but one of such infamously radical ideals to rival Vance himself. Cura, too, seems almost at a loss for words. What nonsense is this? These must be incomplete. I was very clear, Renegade, with my instructions, yet you have failed to bring back the full archive. I will permit forgiveness for this mistake, but only this once. I am an AI of my ever-scrupulous word. Have some martyr vests. The heck do martyr vests do? Add a death effect to all non-Zoltan allied crew, making them explode for 15 crew damage against enemies, and sometimes start fires. Neat. And there's the Harmony link. An NG ship is resting nearby the Harmony link. It's an elite, but they aren't attacking just yet. Request supplies or attack. Give me some stuff. Harmony unit detected. Protocol requires aid to be given. Get a small hull repair. Nothing special here either. Yeah, time for a crew teleporter, no kidding. We could do some serious damage with a crew teleporter. Maybe we can get one here? Zoltan Armories. Let's see what those got. Zoltan looks up at you from a thick manual in front of him. If you're a Federation vessel, you're entitled to a free partial restock of supplies. If you require more, it'll cost you. So we have a Ministry crew member, which means we can get a larger restock. 4 missiles, 3 drone parts. Sounds good. Alright. Ranseur Beam. Can't cause physical damage, but rips breaches in the hull and pierces one shield layer. Alright, there's crew teleporter if we want to try it. Honestly, I'm sold. I think adding boarding to this would be delicious. Now that we have suicide vests or whatever. Let's do it. That means we can never get cloaking, but I'm cool with that. So it's just a 2-pad teleporter, as you'd expect. I guess we'll use Fluffy Mittens and Joe the Human. Let's see how that goes. It's a wonky-looking pirate ship. To Zoltan shield. This is a really good way to instantly take down Zoltan shields. I really like that. Actually. Here. Have everybody get into this room, why don't you? Let's even the odds a bit. Here's the fire. Death. A bit more reason to use the red flag too. Ow, that's a lot of fire. Pirate ship will no longer torment this sector. Or anyone ever again. Someone with a multiverse drive is jumping in nearby. This is guaranteed to drop a special weapon if we can get a crew kill. But it's a somewhat difficult fight. This is a new one. You have to help me. No matter where I go, people keep calling me a renegade. How do they know? My name is Dan. I work in real estate. I just bought this ship to give it a test spin, and now everyone wants to kill me. And I want to kill everyone. Something's terribly wrong. Give me your money or die. That explains a lot, actually. Poor Dan. He's having the same experience we are. How do they know? This might be a job for the defense thingy. Oh yeah, we got borders too. Fighting me in my own teleporting room. Bold strategy, I respect it. So what kind of guns are these? Crystal thing? Might be a kernel launcher. Yeah. Classic. Drone shot at something, but couldn't actually prevent it from doing anything. Might not have been the wisest choice ever made, but here we are. Can't see where they are anymore because the slug's dead. Everyone is stunned. Seems to be a mild problem. Ah, yeah, that's why we had the defense drone up. Of course, it's not reliable. Unfortunately. Classic. Okay. Two need to get over there. We need to breach bomb. Gotta be a martyr, guys. Yes! Sacrifice yourself. Death. Yeah, we definitely need to upgrade the clone bay, though, if we're gonna use this strategy at all. Blah, 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 moans the enemy captain. He gasps for air, then falls over dead. The enemy is no more. What? I didn't get a special weapon? Ridiculous. Thought that was required. Maybe not the real estate guy. Okay, upgrade clone bay, yes. Upgrade teleporter, also yes. Got a lot of things to upgrade. Large asteroid field nearby. Give it an explore. Full of nothing. My favorite. Wait, do we have a breach in our ship? Mantis! Mantis with weird guns. Dear Mantis, why are your guns weird? So I think the death explosion only hurts enemy crew, but that's not entirely clear. Oh dear lord. Glad that missed. Let's not let that happen again. Woolbrook the row 2. Perfect. No animation for the explosion. I think that's the only thing I would change there. Definitely appreciating this defense drone. There we go. You scrap the remains, you hear a clanging from the cargo bay. Let's skin. The NG is aboard. Get another NG. Perfect. More people to man the ship while we suicidally board with lots of people. Seems good. The Imperial Settlements. Give me a new difficult task, Kira. An Arcadian outpost nearby appears to have stored away a physical copy of the contract that began the CICA project. It is unlikely the Arcadian engineers will be cooperative, so for once I recommend opening this confrontation with your usually barbaric renegade tactics. You need not worry about destruction. In the case of critical hull failure, recovery pods containing vital data are jettisoned to be collected by service drones later. Please do not waste time with negotiations. Retrieve the document. Recommendations. Show no mercy. Cool. Sounds like my kind of job. Oh, we're headed to a crystalline sector. Crystal sectors are usually newly colonized and ever-expanding as their citizens struggle to claim territory for their own. A melting pot of opinions, you can never be certain what the crystalline people will think of you. But you can be assured they have some gorgeous backgrounds. The Crystals never wanted to leave their secluded sector, but after the invasion of pioneers, they were forced out. It appears this is one of their newly founded sectors. Is an Omni drone as good as it sounds? No, they're cool, but they're weird. They have like different modes. Crystals are extremely protective of their newly claimed territory. Let's give them a contact. Will you give me free stuff? So far, everyone has. You wish for some supplies? Most certainly. It is not often I get the opportunity to make new friends. Well, new friend get. Hey there, Johnum's a sweaty hog. I have played a lot of Monster Train, and I highly recommend it. Certainly the second best, I think I would say, deck-building roguelite. A totally different take on the genre than Slay the Spire, but a very, very fun one. Such a breakable game. It's all about the combos and such. And it's Covenant 25 is a pretty difficult game, too. Well, I like the jams for the Crystal Sector here. I'm going to let you all jam with these tunes for a couple of minutes while I go on my first break today, as we're about 2 hours into the broadcast now. So I'm going to grab some more water, refill the legs, take a quick bathroom break. When I return, we'll see if we cannot complete some more tasks for Kira and continue successfully making this bit of a wonky civilian ship work. Be right back, folks. Alrighty, folks, we're back. How's this run of FTL going? I would say fantastically. Here's the current state of the ship, upgrade-wise. Lots and lots and lots of scrap invested in our vessel at the moment. Lots of diverse systems, all helping us get fairly consistent crew kills on quite a few different targets. We've got a set of 7 crew members at the moment, outfitted with self-destructive vests that were teleporting onto enemy ships. It's definitely a little weird, but pretty effective. Accumulated tons of missiles. I think we might go full missile spec here. Let's see here. Internal upgrade the weapons. Explosive replicator requires weapons level 5, but essentially we spend 9 missiles and 50 scrap to save a 50% of all the missiles that we use from here on out. And that seems like a good idea. But first we have to get weapons 5, so it requires another 145 scrap into weapons. Understood. That'll be a little bit then. We could also use missiles to delay the fleet. 17 missiles for 3 fleet delay. That's a difficult sell, but definitely doable. At the moment. A couple of times. We ended up not using missiles in the long run. That could be a good way to get many additional jumps. Attack the Mantis! It's a wonky looking Mantis ship. They've got mind control, teleporter, absolutely no way to heal themselves, and some dinky guns. Good luck to them. I'll be canceling their mind control. And arming the rad flak. Bring it on, nerds. Okay, back to designated spots. Cancel that. Mind control. Equalize. Fire the radiation flak. Not very effective. Alright, prepare for boarding maneuvers. It has begun. Alright, well, many of our crew members seem to be dying, but it's not the worst thing in the world. That lit a fire in our own room with the suicide vest. That makes sense. Let me put this out. Ally Mantis. No! Yeah, we don't take damage when that happens. Crew Daddy, take as much salvage from the ship as possible. You are among the Federation, yes? It was one of you bastards who opened the jump beacon in the first place. Quickly, the civilians jump away. Apparently not very happy with us. Is there a place you can find the soundtrack for this mod? Good question. I would start by looking in the forum post containing the mod. If you follow the link in !multiverse, that'd be where I would start looking. But I don't know about just the music specifically. Might be on YouTube if you search FTL Multiverse, perhaps. That'd be the other thing you could try. Alright, we've got the required scrap for the weapon system upgrade. I guess I'll do that next. Sure. Upgrade the weapons. Hello, my friends. It is most unfortunate for you that we meet here in such a way. My clients just left, and they give me quite the sum of money. Perhaps you could match their pricing. Sorry, I don't do price matching. The breach bomb charged right now. Shield. That's a little worrisome. It's a 2-on-1. No, don't hack my shields. Please and thank you. We've only used a couple of drones so far. Haven't encountered too many things with missiles that we've been afraid of. Definitely have a stockpile of drone parts I'd love to use somehow. Does sound like we're going to get a drone reward for this quest that we're doing. So maybe that ends up being our use for drone parts. That'd be cool. All right, give me the explosive replicator. 50% chance to not use a missile, although we have to pay 9 missiles up front. So it's going to be quite a few missiles that we have to not consume in order to make that worth it. But I think we can. Now I'm going to equip the Sobek mine launcher. I think we'll stop bothering with the conservative laser for now. We'll go equalizer radiation flak as an early game threat. And the mine launcher and breach bomb can do consistent damage no matter what. A fellow multiverse traveler, this time a rebel, has already found their way to this beacon and is moving in on your location with all of their drones and many guns. They look a little spooky, actually. Double rebel action. Let's lower your odds here. Perfect. Probably should have charged up the rad flak. Let's give out the mine launcher a try here. It's got a quick charge time. Let's shut off their drones. Nice. Okay, we just need to cause some chaos. According to the weapons room, then. Have some more bombs. So notably does hull damage, but not, and causes breaches, but no system damage on those. So we actually can't take out systems with it. It's important to know. Very important to know. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna get continually battered here if we don't change this up a bit. So we need to use the breach bomb to do system damage. So we can equalize here. Charge up the red flag. A lot of chaos happening. Fortunately, their weapons are burning down, so I think we'll have reprieve shortly. Let's fix the shield room. Okay, order has been restored. Almost. Hang on. It's a hard life when your medbay's on fire. It's okay, I saw this coming. The rebel captain collapses. If they saw this coming, they should have thought twice about messing with me. Good riddance. Now let's fix all the holes of the ship, of which there are several. Feels like we need more reactor power. Tony's! Not what I would find at Tony's that I would want. Crystal shards fly past the screen as soon as you arrive. Looks like Crystalline ship is engaged in combat with a rebel. Well, let's fight the rebels. That's what we're here for, right? Fairly spooky weapons array. They've got the teleporter hack, which is going to make it more difficult for us to get on board their ship. Looks like a pretty threatening ship overall, actually. Which means I'm going to be spraying at them with a radiation flak gun and dropping breach bombs into their O2 room. Yeah, that's a lot of scary guns they got. Ow. Okay, no fixing the O2. Ow. Okay, take out the guns. Oh, 3 crew just died instantly there. Brutal. Alright, what's left? Nothing I can't fix with a breach bomb. Do a midday though. So what happened there was they hacked our teleporter, which when that occurs, all your friendly crew will return forcibly to your vessel, but we'd mind-controlled one of their crew, so it counted that unit as friendly. And they forcibly teleported their own crew member onto my ship, who then died because the mind control wore off. It's a heck of a way to go. Fair enough. The rebels destroyed, you pick the bones of their ship. You are among the Federation, yes? Oh yeah, they're still unhappy with us, although I can't say the rebels would be any happier with us. So, sure. Hippity hoppity, your crew are now my property. A large convoy of lumbering civilian ships appears to be passing through the region. You show no hostile intentions, but they are taking no chances, immediately sending their escort to attack. Alright, we'll do nothing. Might be time to start thinking about... getting a hull repair somehow. Oh, I guess we could just fly to Tony's for that. Fair enough. Alright, so we're gonna fight them where exactly? They've got a functioning mid-bay, but we can breach bomb that. Deal with the ones that just boarded our ship. And then figure it out from there. Alright, all available hands, get in there. Step one of taking down an enemy ship with a crew kill is often disabling their medbay somehow. Otherwise, their crew will continue to be a persistent threat to you. And they will not die like they should. Enjoy your fire. Rest of the convoy used the time to put a significant amount of distance between you and them. Nothing left to do but jump. To Tony's. Hey there, I'm Mr. Senior, Tony Senior, that is, owner of Tony's. I'd like to announce our brand new partnership with Hector Industries. Come on and stop by. I swear you've seen this ad before. Definitely isn't brand new, and Tony's is a massive retail chain. For some reason, they're looping this same ancient ad. That hardly matters. Do something on board this ship. Do a salvage mission. We could also, here, buy some jumps. Could be well worth it, but 17 missiles, man. Nothing of value, huh? Oops. We've got a modular ion. Supports one attribute module and one status module. Could make a more accurate ion. Spontoon beam. Get a leech here. Drains one power bar from any enemy system in the current room. That's actually pretty cool. Less max health. Regenerates when out of danger. Good, definitely good for Clone Bay then. Is the leech. Drones of the day. Buy a discount drone. Interesting that one's got 41, one's got 42. Sell the advanced ventilation. Doesn't feel like we need it much. Might be time to think about selling the equalizer. Not yet. I'll sell the conservative laser. Can't believe that's a 30 price weapon. Fix all of the hull. little bit of fuel. 6 scrap per missile. Not right now. Not right now. What I want to do right now is upgrade the doors. One more power bar. You've located the station. For such a relatively recent corporation, Arcadia has climbed the ladder to the status of Giga Corporation impressively quickly. But what else can be expected from a company with the backing of the Harmony? Either attack first, ask questions later, or disobey Kira and ask for the contract. We should be able to do this without destroying the station, so I think we're going to attack and keep things intact, see what happens. The AI's instructions were clear, yet things feel off whenever the sound of your first barrage you notice a, albeit brief, message from the station's engineers welcoming you to the beacon. Surely nothing is wrong. Anti-drone drone and hacked shields. That could be a bit of a problem. Definitely just turn off that hacking. Let's see here. Let's board. They've got a clone bay. Board into the hacking room for the moment. Yeah, just a few shots are going to slip through pretty quickly here. There, that should turn things in our favor. Actually, just kill everyone in that room. Good job. With the station still in one piece, you find the data pods still aboard, stashed in one of the rear ports. Boarded are several useless service bots, schematics, and the contract. Start skimming it out of curiosity, but hardly get past the words Arcadia Research and Development, Central Intelligence Combat Assistant, Program Development Grant. Before Kira contacts you. The engineers are dead? Good, do not bother sending the contract. I have already extracted the files and expunged them from your systems. There will be no reviewing these today, Renegade. Go about your business. I have other matters to attend to now. What about a reward? Right, whatever. I'm an AI of my ever-scrupulous word. Here's an Omni drone. 51 additional scrap, too. I'm starting to think Kira might be up to no good. The Arcadian Omni drone for when shields aren't enough. Arcadia, innovating tomorrow, today. Okay, but what do you do? Hello? Guess we'll find out. Yeah, it's definitely not clear. For when shields aren't enough is a good slogan, though. Ugh, and I definitely did not take a good path through this map. Might have to redo a jump here. You spare some fuel? Sure. Can do. In another store. Oh well. Does things and maybe even stuff. It designs a better tomorrow. Today. What exactly that means is anyone's guess. Land on the planet, find the Rockmen trading with each other, and various crystal weapons are on display. We're hoping to trade. Good. I can summon another store? How does this work? Double store. The restoring. Guess it sure will be called the restoration, huh? 'Cause Heavy ion, energy cannon 2. Ion and hull damage. Stun bomb. Stun bomb is pretty abusable, actually. 25 seconds stun. Very abusable. I'm gonna buy that. We're not gonna use it immediately, but... Wow, this flak sells for 47, too. Beautiful. We'll switch to a mostly or almost entirely bomb setup soon. And then if I look at this store... Okay, that was just the one store. Maybe I overrode the store? Deeply unclear. Greetings, your arrival is most fortuitous. We came across some extra drones. Your offer is so insultingly bad that I'm going to attack you. You have to suffer for making me look at that deal. Also, I want to test out the Omni drone, so have fun. Shoots down all projectiles and drones. It seems pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. For when shields aren't enough, indeed. Alright, we have no health restoration on board this thing. Alright, we just board them and shoot them to dead. Ow! Eventually that's going to get old, but I'm not sure when. You mind? That's a lot of missiles the Omni drone has allowed past. Classic targeting all projectiles problem. They're pointless slaughter that can only be blamed on your lust for scrap. To be fair, scrap is rather handy. Imperial New Homelands. We've already been to the Rebels' stronghold and completed the quest there. Classic. Really good one. And if I was looking to get as strong as possible, I think that's where I'd go. But let's check out the Imperial New Homelands, whatever that means, and see if we cannot find something interesting while we're there. The Crystalline New Homeworlds. Give me a difficult task. I have finally located the coordinates of Mr. Wentworth's old journal from his early days in the Federation, stored now in an abandoned bunker underneath a nearby ice planet. A larger Federation outpost has been constructed above it. This could prove difficult to retrieve. That, of course, is why you were doing this and not me. Run along, errand boy. Please go fetch me that journal. Retrieve Vance's journal. Be prepared to shed some Fed blood. Get high scrap resources and a projector. Deal. These are, in fact, the second homeworlds of the Crystals. After being forced out of their sector by greedy pioneers, the Crystals have immigrated to this sector and called it their own. Some of the staunchest xenophobic Crystals reside here, so be careful who you come in contact with. There's still no doubt that the Crystals hold a strong grip over this sector, and they aren't eager to let foreigners ruin their lives for a second time. Guard hails you, and while their captain's face is featureless as always, their tone suggests they would be wearing a frown. More aliens, it is like you foreigners have a death wish. Let's have a chat. You speak words that you cannot verify. Though your intentions may be all but bad, you will surely bring chaos with you one way or another. This may be our fatal mistake, but we give you the benefit of the doubt despite this. Let us both hope that you can prove that this was not merely a rash decision on our behalf. They say as they let us through. All right. I'm cool with that. Oh, hey, you guys weren't done. Zizzy's our shield person, right? Not really anymore. There's been a lot of deaths for Zizzy. Likewise, we really don't have trained weapons anymore. That's fine by me. Clone Bay problems. Speaking of Clone Bay, actually, I want to get backup DNA. So that even if the Clone Bay is offline, we'll not permanently lose anybody. Beacon welcomes you with a gruesome and unnerving sight. Crystalline Station has several different creatures embedded in its hull, slowly suffocating or crushed under the weight of the crystalline plating. Gnarly. Let's fight. So you wish to join the likes of these pitiful creatures? Let it be so. Interesting. And that increases notoriety with the crystal people. I accept this outcome. Save me, Omnidrone. Does the Omnidrone just do everything? It seems to be a attempt at a super-powered defense drone. It fires like flak-like projectiles at incoming enemy fire to try to destroy them. And it does an okay job of this. So, yeah. Got some problems, as you can see. Just used the lockdown bomb in a way that was detrimental to themselves? That's kind of funny. Suffocating in a fire. It's a tough way to go. We just prevent them from ever fixing their own oxygen system, and they're unable to deal with that. Crystal ship has been successfully neutralized. While scrapping the station, you know the crew encased in the ship are still barely alive, but won't be for long. Not much we can do to help them. It's a sad way to go. The rebels that are trying to hunt you down are creating havoc everywhere they go. We came here to escape this crap. To minimize their impact on our people, we would like you to give them your flight path out of our sector. We would like to remain civil and are willing to pay you in scrap for the increased danger it poses. Accept the scrap, but give them false flight plans. Yes, misdirect the rebels through them by causing more havoc to them. Seems very harsh on the crystalline people. I wonder if there's a positive outcome I can achieve by minimizing the damage to them. Oh well, too late for that. I'll take the scrap. Unable to interpret themselves, the crystalline beings assume your data will mean something to the rebels. It should see the pursuing fleet taking a leisurely course before they get back on track. That gives me more time to spend here and hopefully more time to find important locations here. If I was going to use the mine launcher to delay the rebel fleet, this would be the place to do it, by the way. Given that we're in a unique sector. Might want to consider that store just for more fuel. You've discovered a massive crystalline society, well furnished and protected. In the center is a small village surrounding a massive contraption. Looks like a gateway of some sort. You better believe I'll investigate. Oh ho. The contraption seems to resemble a much larger version of the Waystone, the device that the crystalline people used to seal off their old homeworlds. As you approach, a massive crystalline cruiser approaches, its weapons aiming straight at you. A ceremoniously painted purple crystal stands before you, far taller than those in the background. I am Empress Dianesh Kryel. You are a foreigner, and foreigners are unwelcome. The Federation has given us its aid, and for that we are grateful, but we are no longer in need of the Federation, and you need nothing of us. We shall negotiate terms. The terms on which you leave this place. Your presence here is not sanctioned. I know people like you. Ambassador Ruin has told me the stories. You are barbarians, murderers. Renegades like you were the ones who first stole our home from us, and I refuse to allow such things to transpire again. I will satisfy whatever vain desires you might have to ensure you leave and never return. My people do not want you here. I came here for a ship. You give me anything short of that, I won't be happy. So, weapon, crew, or repairs, these are not things that will satisfy me. Therefore, I come in peace. We did not come here to harm you. We are not as bad as you say. Oh, but you see, only by making such claims do you prove your intentions. Were you of true heart, you would have already left, but here you are. Persistence is a threat, and my people do not take kindly to threats. You tried to protest further, but Dianesh will not listen. She waves, and her cruiser moves forth to strike you down. This doesn't necessarily have to end in bloodshed, but the crystals aren't going to listen easily. Okay. I'm going to make a one last-minute repair for 4 scrap. Note that we can create a missile or drone part before each combat, too. Success! Time for battle. So there's Dianesh Crystal Empress, Cremity Crystal, Elizabeth Crystal Sentinel, Telek Crystal Sentinel, and Starger Crystal. So a bunch of crystal crew. We've got a med bay. We could make her potentially surrender by damaging the hull, but I'm very curious what happens if we score a crew kill here. So that's going to be my approach. And the breach bombs are happy to help. They do have a teleporter, okay. But nothing too fancy. It's also really out of the way. Let's see, how do I want this to go? Let's start by having you murder one of your own crew members. If possible. Interesting. Behaved a little differently than I expected there. Okay, one crew member down. Mid-bay damaged. New crystal crew is here. How's this going? One shot has slipped through. My drone is down. That's a bit concerning, actually. Oh, dear. Get in there. Taking a beating. Get the Omnidrone back, please. Dang it. Okay, we have to break their guns now. Shields are back online. Get in there. Please defeat her. You've defeated the cruiser, and with it you have killed the Crystalline Empress. Though this can only spell bad news for the future, you content yourself with salvaging the remains of the ship. Get an Elite Crystal Heavy Mark II and 56 scrap. Nothing left but to leave. This will no doubt only hurt the Crystalline people's views on foreigners, but it's too late to change it now. Perhaps in a future reality there might be a better way to resolve this. Wink, wink. Alright, that wasn't the successful way to do it. I'm guessing making her surrender somehow, or perhaps not getting into the fight in the first place, is the right way to do it, but that definitely cost us a lot of hull. What do we get out of it? Shield Piercing 2. 4 hull damage. 100% breach damage chance. Locks down rooms on hit for only 2 power. That is a crazy, crazy weapon. Pierces 2 shield layers. Swap the Rad Flak for that. Guaranteed breach chance and lockdown rooms. Very helpful. But not the ending we were looking for there. We did not get a crystal ship unlocked for ourselves, like we'd hoped. Oh well. I really want there to be doors here, but there's not. The ship is like bifurcated. You've got a top half and a bottom half. Interesting. Oh well, we can still do whatever Kira's asked us to do. And that might lead to a ship unlock this run. Took some damage from a rebel attack. Nothing major, but we need scrap for repairs. You got it, buddy. Take the risk. Raw mine launcher. 2 fleet delay for 7 missiles. That's a much better deal than 3 for 13 or whatever. 4 power. 5 shots per charge. 30% breach chance. You risk setting off the remainder of the field with your ship. Shouldn't be more than 10 hull damage. Give me that raw mine launcher. No shield piercing? No, this got shield piercing 10. It still pierces shields. It's only 3 damage to the hull, and we get to repair that instantly, so totally free. Actually, I think we're just going to go full bomb loadout right now. Double mine, stun bomb, breach bomb. Backup battery, since this is going to be one of those runs. And some more fuel. So that we can get the performance upgrades on those. Yeah, we bought all the fuel. Fuel. Connects weirdly, huh? Kidnap the Empress with mind control now. There's an idea. Stop Who would cross the beacon of death must answer me these questions 3. Ere the other side he see. Rhyming riddles, I'm up. Sign me up. What is your name? Lord, come up, Baylor. What is your quest? To defeat the flagship. What is the name of the Grand Orchid Gardens? I actually don't know that one. Tarlek, Pardoek, Atlat-ek, or Tretje. Definitely a quality reference, by the way. What is your quest? When in doubt, guess 3. Right! Off you go! The crystals wave you past. As you leave, this is many years of multiple answer test practice paying off right there. Easy. Crystals wave, it's never the first option. As you leave, you find the wreckage of several ships who failed the test before you. You feel a little guilty about it, but you don't waste the opportunity and scrap the ships. You get a disruption field augment, which does what? Create a protective field around the ship, which can be tuned to protect against either enemy teleporter or mind control, but not both at the same time. Neat. Probably sell that, but it's got a use. Special tech. Kill the crew. You betcha. They are trying to escape. As they should, but will not help them. Alright, we've got a lot going on here. Nobody's in the piloting, so they will not charge their FTL at this time. We're also going to breach bomb their piloting first to make sure the FTL does not charge, even when people briefly pass through it. Ow! That's what I get for not using the Omni drone. Up front. Thanks. Very spooky. Okay, there we go. Elite Crystal Charger is what we get there, along with some more hull damage. Also shield piercing 2, also locks down rooms on hits. 7-second charge time only takes 1 power. Holy moly, that's very good. Yeah, that's a crazy good weapon for 1 power. Hey there, Flowbot. Hello, hello. Clone Bay level 3 here. You arrived near what appears to be a crystalline research facility. Ah, some more aliens. Please, I've heard so much about all the different races in this galaxy, and I really am curious about your physiology. How about my crew's DNA? Would you like that? What is this? Full genetic and personal profiles stored digitally? I did not think this possible. This will help our research immeasurably. Here, have some missiles. Hermes heavy missiles. 14-second charge time, 10% more accuracy, 3 hull damage, 3 system damage. I actually quite like that. To pair with our other stuff. Maybe we swap out the raw mine launcher. At the moment, this is too much power anyway. Yeah, I think I want this configuration. Acceptable parameters. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Mine launcher tech? Oh boy. You don't say. Well, I guess I'd like more of that. Sure, let's attack them. Do last minute repair one here. There's the mine launcher too, so we'll definitely put the Omni drone to work. Here, you be mine controlled. Not the outcome I expected, but okay. You two get over there, fix the Omni drone before that thing fires again. I'm not sure if that was a... The heck? Okay, so far those have not connected, but I'm kind of scared of them. And those two. Oh, they do lockdown. Interesting. Okay, those can get shot, though. It's good to know. A shard launcher. So this is a crystal mine launcher. 1 fleet delay for 5 missiles with no notoriety impact. Cool. 20% fire chance, 40% breach chance, 100% stun chance. 2 power, fires 3 shots. Longer charge time. I'm going to try it over the Sobek, which we haven't even been using that much since we're not looking to get crew kills, hull kills at the moment. Wait, no ammo usage? Is that what that said? Missile consumption 1. Yes, there's no missile consumption. Does not use ammunition, but can only pierce 2 layers of shields. Oh, I understand. Only shield piercing 2. Got it. Never mind. Swap the Sobek back out. That explains a lot about how that fight went. Crystal heavy weapons with shield piercing 2 are interesting. Thank you for asking. There's a crystal store there. 3, 4, 5. Okay. Should be able to make this. A grand opportunity. I'm a collector of the strange artifacts you call scrap and would love to trade. Here, have a gift, friend. Gives us a neural crystal. Use a weapon, perform a task. Yeah, lay a trap for the fleet. Use the Mark III. Definitely illegal to do. That's for 22. There's one very blunt projectile that stuns crew. That's funny. Crystal Scatter. Hey, classic Burst Laser Mark II. Notably now has a 13-second charge time, not a 12-second. Light nerf. Some augments of the day. Oh, this item will be left behind when you jump. Cool, I can actually sell everything then. Good. But the sell is here, usually? How do I sell now? Hello? I just click on this? Ah! There we go. Gotcha. Interesting. We'll use the scrap on some more internal augments. Internal upgrades, that is. What do we get for the drone control? Drone booster. It's crew drone. No, that's only for crew drones. Reconstructive teleport, very expensive. It's for overcharge. Mind control is powered. Allied crew gain a 15% buff to repair and combat damage. Heal twice as fast. Mind control level 3 gives me an interesting upgrade. Not ready to use the backup battery yet. Get performance upgrades on the weapons for a lot of scrap. Probably worth it. At 1. Oh, we forgot to get a scrap recovery arm on this run. I totally forgot about that. That's probably for the best. We'd be too OP with 10% more. We can still get one now. Probably still worth it. Guess we'll do it. Bars of power. Another free neural crystal. It is important that we make peace with barbaric aliens. Perhaps this free weapon of war will soothe you. Thanks. Thanks for that. I have not checked out Across the Obelisk. In response to your question there in chat, Ninja Penguin. That has been suggested a lot. I can see why. Gives me Deck of Ashes vibes. Do see why I'm getting the suggestions for this. Let's take a closer look at that. Prepare to board. We've got Wraiths. Super Zoltans. Not the biggest of problems here. Can they suffocate? That's my question. Answer appears to be definitively yes. No? Well, whatever. Easy enough. As Kira mentioned, an expansive Federation outpost has been constructed atop an ice-coated mountainside. Seeing you approach on their radar, the outpost signals you, warning you not to approach further. Despite your allegiances, this facility is off-limits for all but specifically cleared personnel. I'll continue to approach. Unfortunately, trespassing wasn't going to get you anywhere except into a fight, which is great, because now we'll be in a fight. This is where... This is where having that... Oh, I need to get a Zoltan Shield bypass installed. That's right, we can just do that at any time. That's next on the list, then. Right now, we have to brute force our way through. A Hermes missile can do that. And I think the stun bomb can, too. No, I don't think anything that doesn't do either hull or ion damage can do anything to a Zoltan Shield, though. There we go. Oh yeah, and the stun bomb actually does 10. Because it's 5 ion damage? Wait a minute. Wait a hecking minute. What do you mean? Everybody in the big room. It's time to explode. Federation vessel has been defeated. The outpost is in distress, preparing to send reinforcements, but you slip around behind the mountain and head towards a second entrance to the bunker that your scanners picked up. The bunker has an eerie vibe, but fortunately nothing jumps out at you as you wander its halls. You eventually find a sealed chamber, which, with hot wiring, you manage to open. The contents of the room are scattered about, abandoned in a hurry. You find one journal stuffed away under some mold-covered socks in one of the drawers, and hastily leave before the stench kills you. I see the pursuit of monies outweighs your loyalties, renegade. Do you have no shame? I at least have greater visions at stake when I... Never mind. Send that journal to me immediately. Would you allow me to air my thoughts? Yes. It is considered in poor taste for someone to read over another's private diary, yes? Well, fortunately, by Mr. Metworth's interpretation, I am not a someone, but a something. Thus, I find permittance to go forward with this. Glimpsing over it, it seems this journal was kept some time after Mr. Wentworth's first engagement with the Mantis, and up until the evacuation of this bunker due to a Mantis invasion. It is laden with colorful language directed at xenoforms. Not just the Mantis, but the negligent behavior of his Zoltan and NG compatriots. An unsurprising downfall. I will add these findings to my database and dig deeper. Here's a projector. What is this? A recon tool designed by the Federation to surveil on enemies from a distance and train gunmen, or lure out enemies with holographic bait. Requires no power. Lure out enemies with holographic bait, you say? Now we've got to try that. Oh, the stun bomb is 2 power. But they made the stun bomb a better ion bomb. I didn't realize that. I don't need the ion bomb if I have the stun bomb. Cool. Let's swap out the... Let's swap out the stun bomb for a moment. I want to try out the thing. And let's get a Zoltan Shield bypass installed. There it is, Energy Shield bypass. 50 scrap, 2 fuel, 1 drone parts. Beautiful. Set it to bait mode. Got a lot of guns trained at me. When shields aren't enough. They're all attacking the base. Seems helpful. You wonder why the Rockmen worship the crystals as gods when you can kill them with such ease. We get a fuel conserver. Saves us fuel between sectors. Guess we found that at an appropriate time, huh? Defender drone. Give me a store. Sells for 25. In fact, I don't need this. Only sold for 10. Pierce Laser Mark II. Fires through 4 layers of shields. No, a Pierce Laser that can fire enough projectiles to get through 4 layers of shields. It only pierces 1 layer of shields. Never mind. False marketing. Approved armories. Your crew deal an additional 30% damage in ranged combat. That's pretty cool. Another mysterious beacon. Previous one that we activated seemed to do nothing. But maybe it really did something? Deeply unclear. Very deeply unclear. We'll have to play with that hologram thing more when we've got less threatening enemies. Please fix the ship. The Shell Science District. Cool. Maybe we'll find a new ship here, too. Another good place to use our mine launcher. Do we still need the ion bomb? No, we don't. That's right. I can sell that. Thank you. Definitely want the stun bomb and the raw launcher. Cruiser. Mr. Wentworth used to fly his own personal Hephaestus cruiser, given to him by current Hephaestus CEO Hideo Tanaka's father as a gift between families. Now, with bigger ships to fly in Universe 1, the cruiser's wreck remains abandoned in an old, dilapidated Hephaestus shipyard nearby, infested with repugnant ghosts. I cannot approach to scan the ship myself just yet. Please clear out the ghost infestation. No, there will be no blueprints for you. Interesting. You prepared to kill many ghosts. We get a lightweight emancipation grid. Very clear that I will not be getting a blueprint. Interesting. Alright. I'll still do it. Oddly enough, a large amount of data provided by the sector seems to have been wiped by the creators of the entry point. There's some gibberish in here as well, and a large warning printed advertising travelers to stay away. It's too late to go back now, so hopefully we don't find ourselves in a crisis situation. This sector is supposedly home to the Shell Geneocracy's finest scientists and where their primary genetic research is performed. However, the strange Atlas entry here leads you to assume something is up. Over your radio blares a brief section from the Geneocracy anthem, followed by a distressed pre-recorded message. This is Professor Alkali, lead research and spearhead of the Geneocracy Science District and Genetic Enhancement Project. If you are hearing this, I advise leaving as soon as possible. My team and I are currently locked in Lab Omega. We've made a terrible mistake. Our latest creations, the Morphs, they've gone loose. Worse yet, the rebellion has arrived from an unspecified regions. The sector is not safe. I repeat, the sector is not safe. The message is cut off as a distant shadow approaches itself, revealing itself to be a ship. Before you is a shell guard, though it's of highly unusual colors. A flat, unfaltered gray hull sets it apart from their usual appearance. Even more peculiar, the ship hails you, speaking complete nonsense. Specka eek, yip you, urpelroo, kip kip turoo, sploo perpyuk. Small gray blob shows up on your screen, making odd, spastic gestures with its body. Have a talk. Pick pick tala tala tula tula. Rippledoo. Whatever the hell that means, it seems the Morphs aren't willing to talk. Get ready for a fight. So these things will be fairly difficult to kill. Morphs have reduced health, but they don't need oxygen. To my shields, huh? Chain Vulcan. Alright, it's time. File in, everybody. In death be ye successful. Can't suffocate them. Okay. There's only 2 of them left, so I think I'm going to try to kill them in combat by just boarding the clone bay. Running away from the fire. Oh, they've got a mid bay, I understand. You've defeated the Morph Guard. Without a crew on board to stop you, you can investigate their hard cargo, finding an anti-hull laser Mark II. A little bit more stuff. Weird fight, but okay. Could be able to heavily invest in some of the systems on the ship now. Might be able to go to Shield 4 shortly. Site Omega. Site Alpha and Site Delta. As well as our task. Definitely going to want some extra jumps here. Should be able to get everything. Let's head to Site Omega right away. You've arrived at Site Omega, the location mentioned by Alkali at the entrance. You spot a large shell laboratory in the distance and approach cautiously. Let's dock. Oddly enough, it appears the gas in the facility has been shut off. It's extremely convenient, but you aren't one to question. The interior hallways are mixed in splashes of red and green blood as you carefully step over the mangled corpses of humans and crumpled bodies of deceased shells. Looks like a massive firefight happened here, though the uniform on these rebels stands out. Not one to back down, you press on, following the trail of carnage. At last you reach a locked door. You spot a wounded shell scientist, presumably Alkali. As soon as he spots you, he points at a table with a syringe on it. Give me that. Give him the syringe or ask for an explanation. Guess we'll go syringe first. Seems like he needs help. Could be a trap, but... Good! I just needed something to boost my regenerative properties again. Now, why is the Federation intruding in this sector? I didn't realize the ongoings of the geniocracy concerned you when you seem much more preoccupied with other matters. Could ask the same about why the rebels are here. I was wondering the same thing. They've taken an interest in our latest mistakes. The morphs, you see, were created to work for the shells, do the hard manual labor. Damn Nerva, the management district's director, kept refusing me to approve funding for the project. Presumably thought the morphs were going to make them useless, much like the Radiants in military districts. I wouldn't be surprised if that bitch had sabotaged my facilities, but that's just rumor amongst the science district. Now, you still have not answered my question. Why are you here? I do not appreciate the unknown staying unknown, and I would like to understand your intentions before you shoot me or sacrifice me to whatever pagan gods you people worship. We're on a quest to reach Node 17. Well, no shit. Everyone knows where you're going. I swear, everyone's heading to that forsaken place. A disgrace. You could have used that multiverse tech to, I don't know, solve ancient mysteries or create some sort of interdimensional utopia. But instead you use it to fight each other. We shells do not suffer from these issues. We are people of science and have little to worry about internal conflict. Now, you still have not answered me. Have you come to kill me? Recruit me to cure some form of deadly space disease? God damn it, I'm tired of waiting. You just kill him. We heard your distress call and came here, is the real answer. Some kind of philanthropist, are you? Great, well, I guess you're a better escort than, I don't know, something that's worse than you. You don't subscribe to any silly religions or conspiracies, do you? You are vaccinated, right? Well, about that. I request that you transport me back to the geniocracy when you have a chance. I shall make myself useful in the meantime. I am no freeloader. Actually, we just came from there, unfortunately. So we won't be able to do that, but... Curious what kind of special outcome you get. Some events in FTL do have random outcomes, absolutely. You can kind of... the events in FTL are very similar to the kind of events that you encounter in Slay the Spire, except the game is not upfront with the consequences of each choice. You have to choose blindly and kind of roll with the punches, or look it up on the wiki. A new rebel fleet? What is this Legion thing? Federation, under any other occasion, I would not hesitate to destroy you. However, we are here on important business. Hand over the scientist, and you will be permitted to leave. Fail to do so, and we will pull him from the hands of your mangled corpses. Over my dead body. We cannot jump until the rebels are dead, so there's no fleeing from this fight. Oh boy, and it's a scary fight. Oh, that's right, we can shoot down their drones, though. Good. Teleporter's been hacked. That will complicate matters a little bit. Legionnaire Operative just boarded our ship, and he is super good at combat, apparently. Brutal. but they don't seem to have very many crew. Am I seeing this correctly? Yes, that does pull their pilot away. Interesting. He just like rolls around. It's cute. Right. 20-second lifetime. Not too bad. Hey. The rebel vessel has been defeated, leaving behind plenty of scrap matter and an unusually high-tech weapon. Surprisingly, you still detect faint life form signs aboard the wreck as you scrap it. You move closer, tearing open the cargo bay to find a wounded rebel soldier. As soon as you approach, he panics, reaching for a sharp piece of metal and plunges it deep into his chest, likely trying to stop you from getting information. But on what? Seems most of the data on the ship was purged during the fight. A strange practice, but it seems they knew their fate before the fight had even begun. Whatever the ship was, it was under very clear orders not to let anything leak. Maybe this won't be the last time you see a ship like that, although that's uncertain. What did I just find? An ether-powered bomb launcher. Replicates 3 warheads when targeting the enemy ship. 2 system damage. So it's a multi-bomb. That's kind of cool. And it's a piece of ether technology, which means that we can use it to get some special upgrades from storage here. Now we have access to ether tech. We can get ether overdrive, overcharger, overclocker, anomaly detector, and runic translator. That's the detection of space anomalies. And partial translation of ancient runes. One I really like is the overclocker. Bonus 3 energy point shield, which stacks with other sources of Zoltan shields. So now we have a 3-point Zoltan shield. By reverse engineering that thing. I might want to get the anomaly scanner too. Oh, the warning was for the hologram? That's kind of cute. Oh yeah, but I need sensors for that. That also gives me information. I can see where enemy ships are detected, which is quite helpful. To pass through a shell store to get to the task. I'm cool with that. Yes, I am. I've got stuff to sell. Won't be selling this cluster bomb. Not today. I think I'll sell the merchant beacon, though. Prospective biologist has set up a small market selling military goods for scrap, as well as a few of his personal projects. Crew with synthesized memories. external DNA bank, or hire the scientist himself. He's worse than the synthesized crew, though. Don't want any of it, of course. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of that name. By sun in the nebula? Interesting. An old abandoned shipyard lays before you. Having once belonged to the Giga Corporation Hephaestus, it now belongs to vagabond intruders. Fight the vagabonds. Ghosts or whatever. So, they've got a med bay. Not much else of concern here. They'll just hit him with a Hermes missile and board. Oh, wait. Never mind. Hit him with a breach bomb and board. Hello. Get back here. Okay, problems are occurring. These enemies can just ignore doors, so they kind of go where they want. Oh yeah, and they have no oxygen on their ship either. Further complicating matters for us. This is absolute chaos. Looks like I might be a little bit better off with a slightly different approach here, but this'll do. Oh, the stun. Get in there, everybody. Okay. Order is being restored. The vagabond-infested vessel has been dispatched. Its wreckage is our spoils. Why art thou divulging in the slaying of mine brothers, when all you need do is merely knock and request? Barbaric renegades, have you no sense left? Hath the fumes of gas and the smell of gunpowder clogged thine senses? Yeesh, why hast thou come here? To gloat the skills that doth expertly employ? To slaughter? No, actually, I want a ship. Oh, and I do suppose you've considered we just hand it over? I do say I hardly doubt in your stubbornness you would do no less than to murder every last one of us, but say it would not be so tiresome. With your gruesome display today, I should hardly consider tribute. Your brutish actions are in no way the means of persuasion. Hark! Should thou intend to leave this scene ship in hand, I expect tribute from you! Is that not a spin? Nay. I will mind control you. I feel a great dizzying effect, a numbness unlike ever before. My woozy state, I cannot resist the ship. It is yours, friend. Oh, how silly of myself to be so uncharitable. Ghosts. What vermin? If I could, I would shudder at the possibility that someday my chassis may be infested by those bottom feeders. What are your thoughts, Kira? This cruiser seems to have been retrofitted with a number of enhancements. It was given to Mr. Wentworth as a birthday gift between families. Unfortunately, Mr. Wentworth went off to the war shortly after growing to the age to fly this ship. Lightweight emancipation grid. Sparrow, thanks for 5 months of support. Pretty Willing Table says, why not pick up a medbay? Because the medbay and the clone bay are mutually exclusive. The price that we can pay for a medbay is to swap the clone bay out for a medbay. But speaking of, actually, what we could do is get the onboard lab and upgrade our crew a little bit. I don't think that's going to be a good use of our scrap. Instead, Shields 4. And Gimp, thank you so much for 33 months of support. Closing in on 3 heckin' years. Normally shells aren't one for unmanned tech, and normally you don't see full-size stars deep in a nebula. Despite both of these things being uncommon, it seems you've run into both. Have our shell scientist interfere with this energy collection device, giving us a reactor upgrade. That's our last point of reactor to work with. To site alpha here. Something isn't right about this nebula. 5 shields on these guys. Normally I'd be spooked at this point. It was possible. Big laser here. Wow. 4 heavy laser shots. A lot of guns. And it's simple. That is a lot of guns. Healing. Ow. Perish. Damn you. Took more hull damage there than I would have liked. What a thing that says it doesn't have a ship in it. Shell vessel is approaching. The rebels! They've been following us everywhere. Would you be so kind as to aid us? Take them aboard, give them some supplies, attack, or we can't help. Have some supplies. Maybe this will delay the rebels? Oh, you really are stupid after all. It was a trap, idiots! Ship turns hostile, revealing itself to be piloted by rebels who just stole my stuff? Dang it. It was all a trap, and the trap didn't even detect as a hostile ship, too. Very clever. Funny. Got me. You got me good there. Here, why don't you be mind controlled? Interesting. Drone right into the teleporter room, huh? Just have to hold on. Oh, the pilot got mind controlled. I see what happened here. It's not good. Thankfully, we've got those performance upgrades on the shields. Putting in good work. Like they're having problems over here. Oh, that's right, we've got a lightweight emancipation grid. That's going to damage anything that's on board our ship. Note how the battle drone is taking damage over time. Neat. Not sure how they're healing in this situation. Seems to be a crew or ship ability of some sort. The rebel vessel now clear of its crew. We are free to scrap the remains. What is this lightweight emancipation grid? Reduce ghost sabotage damage by 20%. All enemy crew and drones on board take 2 hit points per second of damage. And more for every level of doors we have. So I'll level up the doors. Upgrade the power of the emancipation grid. We'll make it Site Alpha here. This is or was the site of a shell laboratory. Looks like it's been damaged by rebels, though, and a single ship still remains. We'll fight them. Oops. Let's do one last minute repair here. With the emancipation grid, put them down. Well, that went well. Scrap the hull before you investigate the lab. You're surprised to find a still functional terminal in one of the rooms. Appears to have been halfway through sending a message until it was disabled by the rebels. You download the information and play it back on your ship. The final containment unit has been breached. Rebel forces have just descended on Site Alpha and have stolen Subject Zero. We are requesting immediate backup. An MFK ace has already arrived. I repeat, we are requesting immediate backup. Recording cuts short, but you can guess how it ended. A tracking beacon on the supposed Subject Zero added a quest marker to the next sector. So Quest Zero will be in the final sector. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Well, let's see if we can hoof it over to Site Delta here. 5 damage? I think it's either 4 or 5 damage per second, yeah. No medbay on this thing? Okay, I can control the guy in the shield room. Very nice. Ow! Now the rhythm into the fire with the hologram doesn't look like it. For shame. Only certain fires, apparently. Got a lot of fire happening. You feel no pity for the now dead rebel crew and scrap their hull spitefully. Fix all the things. Thanks. Even if it costs you your life. Alright, everything's back in working order. Guess we'll head through the distress beacon. Then to here, then here or here. Okay. The distress call nearby seems to be coming from a Mantis vessel whose captain frantically screams at you, "Help, help, help, help! Me trying to slice up Bob, Bob become more blob. Now blob everywhere, so many, ah!" We'll help them rid their ship of the morphs. If you're expecting any kind of reward, you'll have to be careful not to destroy the ship. Are these hostile mantids? They must be, right? Oh yeah, they're mantid morphs. Now they're on our ship. Morphs have been killed off. You contact the Mantis, who are for once grateful to see a Federation ship. You get an amphidrone, defense drone. What is an amphidrone? Combat and defense modes. Interesting. Though it's sometimes hard to spot the gray wings of an auto ship slipping through the dark nebula, their distinct orange glow gives them away. Pretty nasty array of weaponry here. This is definitely a job for the Hermes and the Sobek. You cannot crew kill an auto ship. It's not how it works. Trying to escape, huh? That's not going to happen. This is an automated message. You are to cease attacking this autodrone, and in return, it will dispense some of its cargo. Nope. Let's try, though. Oh, we actually got less. But we got, yeah, one more missile. Was better to take the surrender there. Go figure. Do I want to pop into a shell store here? Sure. Captain Strike's General Market and Bowling Gallery. You step inside, you're greeted by a mascot-wearing shell who claims to be Captain Strike himself. A renegade, just my luck. If you ain't a square, then you'll challenge me to a bowling match. Beat me and you'll take home the trophy. Deal. Let's bowl with him. You feel somewhat odd about bowling with sentient creatures, but the shells don't seem to mind. They were genetically engineered for bowling. Unfortunately, you aren't very good at this. Strike beats you every single time. Tough luck, but you tried your best. Feel free to shop or whatever. No, keep that because it's ether tech. Okay. Still get to Site Delta, though. That's what matters, I think. Get some redundancy upgrades. A couple so-called buffer points. That way we can take system damage without losing power to stuff. Maybe we should have bought a little fuel there. We're about to get to the final sector. Looks like a massive shell laboratory has been set up here and it's still functional. Receive a response from a frightened shell scientist. Crap! You'll never take us alive, Federation! Station suddenly opens with fire without any further reason why. Maybe if you can damage them enough, they'll surrender and you can figure out what's going on. But don't crew kill them. I think that's the lesson we learned. Don't crew kill them. Drone's pretty good at what it does. Okay, I've changed my mind. You can take us alive. We were offered a lot of money by the rebels to transfer over some blueprints, cargo, and morph DNA. Like, a lot of money. Don't look at me like that. Had you been offered the same, you would do it too. Don't the rebels hate aliens? Please don't use the term alien to us. You are the aliens. But yes, they are the kindest folk. Rich as hell, though. They aren't above a basic buyout, easier than raiding an entire sector. Unfortunately, now you're here, and our payment never showed up. Oh, well, you guys are suckers. You must give us the cargo. If the rebels have use for it, so does the Federation. But what about our money? You flip a switch to power back on your weapons, and the shell gulps in anticipation. All right, fine. I'm so fired for this. Well, I was going to be fired for this anyway, but you get the point. It's like being double fired. You get a Cyclopean beam. I actually missed the achievement we just got. Ship unlock? What is this? When famed shell scientist Dr. Thierle suggested that they develop a beam that, quote, concentrated a lot of corrosive gas into a single straight line, people thought he was crazy. But guess what happened after that? He was crazy. 2 power, 45 crew damage, 80% breach chance. Doesn't seem that good. Basically the anti-bio beam, but with breach chance. Geniocracy ship unlock. Sweet. Okay, so we got a shell ship. That might be our next run of this mod. Exciting. Not thrilled with the weapon, though. But that's alright. We don't know who you are and we don't care, but this is the right place for some ship repair. Alright. No refunds. On to Node 17, the Federation capital. This is where we'll face the flagship. No more tasks for Cura. I guess we're just done with Cura's tasks. Interesting that there wasn't an unlock related to doing all of those quests. Interesting. Can't say I expected a ship that the Federation would have to bet their survival on to be operated by civilians. Still, your loyalty to our cause is noted. We need all the help we can get. Repairs, fuel in a sector map, ammo and drone parts, or crew. We need fuel in the sector map, please. 15 fuel. Can I lay a trap here? Interesting. How does this work? There's our quest. I would like to get over to the judges, but man, they're far away here. It seems really difficult to do. Guess we'll just make it to the quest. Does the boss fight change with this mod? Yes. There's also multiple different ways to end your run, and so there are multiple different final bosses in FTL Multiverse. There's a lot of double medics on board this ship. Sure that I can adequately do this all that easily. They just keep healing. One bay is not powered. this so back. We can depower that. But my missiles! There we go. They won't be coming back. My drone! They're out of missiles, though, so I'm not going to bother replacing it. Mike Weston, the human medic, joins the crew as a survivor of that fight. Welcome aboard, Mike Weston, human medic, to our ship. Ought to see a store here. I wouldn't mind buying some more missiles. Save me some time. As far as I can tell, we did complete Kira's mission chain, but we didn't get anything special out of it. I'm not sure why. Might have to look that one up on the wiki afterward. Rebel lead is firing on the repair station. You'll have to clear these guys out. Good stuff. Also got a Clune Bay. Lots of crew. Just got teleported back onto my ship. Emancipation grid plus suffocation is massive damage to enemy crew, though. Hopefully. Good to destroy their hacking. Please. These guys can die too. Okay. There we go. All right, we get our stuff repaired. Can visit the merchant? No, let's get to the quest. If that quest is anything important. Am I going to use the raw on the flagship? That's part of my question. Complete all of Kira's hard tasks to get to the next step. So I probably have to only do hard tasks. We did some intermediate tasks at the beginning. And if that disqualified me, then I guess that makes sense, but why offer... whatever. Why offer them then? Oh well. Fixes them at bay. Beautiful. Both die at the same time. Is that was the resolution to the quest? Oh well. Time to face the final battle, I guess. Any upgrades I can install? Could upgrade the weapons further, but I'm going to need all these missiles. This reconstructive teleport could be worth it? Sure. The performance upgrade on the battery. The tinfoil array. Okay. Good. This is it, the Rebel flagship. If you're able to destroy this monstrosity, the Rebel Federation fleet will have a chance of surviving. There's no turning back. Make me a missile. Understood. I want the bonus power to go where? Into engines, please. Hey, congrats on getting all achievements in Spire, Time Vagabond. That is huge. Alright, no overshield immediately. They're going to try to teleport aboard our ship? I hope they do, because the Emancipation Grid will fry them. Yeah, both sides have a similar quantity of crew. We've got like 10 or so on board. It's going to be a hot mess shortly. So they've got so many different systems here. Every room with a symbol in it is a system room. Probably want to shut down their missile launcher, ideally, although the defense drone should. What we want to do is kill all their crew, so that the second and third phases of this are easier. I can prevent auto ship repair by just creating hull breaches, so we definitely want to kill the crew. So, starting way to kill the crew. Mind control one of their crew, that'll get them killed. Control you? Double medic? No, I control one of the human soldiers. Got better damage output. You. Hello? What do we want to try to do here? Suffocate them? Suffocating is a fun option. Let's start with suffocation. Okay, undo the Hermes, arm the Sobek. And now the goal is create system and hull breaches just everywhere. Use the stun bomb to prevent O2 system repair from occurring. Emancipation Grid should kill these guys that are on our ship here. Let's just throw bodies at them for now. Backup battery just deactivated, but it'll be back up shortly. Keep making hull breaches. Yes. Kill their crew. Kill them all. Oof, got hit by all 3 missiles there. Alright. Not many crew left alive now. So we're, I think, in very good shape here. Let's teleport on board. Now that the crew is dead, the AI has taken control, so automatic system repair will be initiated for anything without a hull breach on it. Unfortunately, most of the rooms have hull breaches on them. Hello? Come on, man. And our crew on board can inflict a little bit of system damage by breaking... Oh yeah, the O2 goes off as well. So we'll just destroy them with our missile fire. This dodging is obnoxious, though. I believe we no longer need the breach bomb. Swap that out for the raw mine launcher. Since there's not going to be any crew, we don't have any need of shenanigans this time. We'll follow it. Hello. Redirected considerable power to the drones. Fortunately, our Omni drone is an anti-drone drone too, so that should give us really good protection, I imagine. That's just an anti-drone drone, right? Let's see how they deal with the mine launcher fire. Okay. A lot of things are happening currently. I respect their right to continue to happen. That's a lot of stuff. Just as we finally gain the upper hand, it finds a way to make an FTL jump. Mine launchers did a really good job there, though, just shredding through the hull of the flagship without needing to deal with anything else. The third phase of the flagship has a Zoltan shield, so we'll have to disable that with a stun bomb before we can use our hull damaging stuff. Go stun bomb Sobek Hermes for the final phase here. Stop by the merchant? That's funny. You're not certain how it's able to keep fighting with the amount of damage it sustained. Looks like it's transferred power to defensive systems as well as some kind of super weapon. Be prepared, and this is it. Give me one more hull, thank you. Okay, so we'll teleport on board as soon as we can here. Please activate the Omni drone. I meant to do double drones, but I don't think it's going to matter much. We've got some new guns now, too. Okay, teleport into the missile room. The next boarding crew ready. Alright, the super attack's going to be here shortly. Actually, wait, isn't the stun bomb going to ignore the shield? Because I have the bypass? Oh no. That's not good. That's not good at all. I don't know what to do about that. You stay there. If I stun bomb the, let's say, the evasion. If I hit the shield room, that won't work either. Right? If I stun bomb the shield room, we take out the shields, but not the Zoltan shield. Interesting problem to have. Very interesting problem to have. Let's try out the raw launcher then. See what's happened. Okay, we've managed to get through and we're doing some damage now. This is a good start. Let's take out that. Take out the cloaking. Okay, no more dodges. Good. Over with the cloaking. Yeah. Shield's back up, but is that really a problem? I mean, really? 9 missiles left. If we run out of those, we're gonna have a really bad time. GG. Thanks to the valiant effort of the Fancy Chair. For successful crew, the multiverse flagship of this reality has been destroyed. GG. GG. Not the most successful run. Feels like we came close to unlocking a couple of ships, but didn't. I suppose that's okay. 54-65 is the score here. Our victory with the Fancy Chair. The C variant of... That's right, we actually did play with the medic ship and won with that. Forgotten we did that. So that joins our ranks of victory, the Spooter, the Kestrel, and the double civilian variants. GG. GG. Let's see, what did we unlock in the hangar? With the militia cruiser type A. So is that we did actually not really unlock anything meaningful? It's okay. We got the Geniocracy Science Cruiser, the Ascidian. Expeditive gas. This odd formula of shell gas carries the nanomed bots from the med bay around the ship, allowing the effects of the medbay to spread anywhere on the ship. So that's what was healing enemy crew last time. I wonder if that's what's causing these rooms to be dotted pink. The corrosive gas that fills the ship must be the indicator for it. Losses on the FTL runs do happen, but they're pretty rare. Given how long it takes to play FTL, I do prefer to win my runs when possible. Hard game, though. Very hard game. So it starts with a partisan beam. Paralyzes crew. 17 seconds stun. And 30 crew damage. Shield piercing 1. Interesting. Pinpoint beam weapon. 2 damage. A conservative energy weapon. 1 ion and 1 hull damage, but none to systems or crew. So you start out by sniping crew with the partisan beam? Interesting. It's a stun lock, since the stun time is longer than the reload time. You can just keep reapplying the stun. Pretty mean. Geniocracy Management Cruiser. Interesting. Alright, well that's going to be it for FTL today. We had a very lovely 5 hours or so. I think I'll wind it down stream with a quick Spire run. Just one. Given how long that FTL took today. I'm also going to take a quick break, refill my legs, stretch my water. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Renewed and ready for some cozy Spire. Guess I'll put us on the menu in the Spire category too. Gives people some time to filter in. That sounds really nice. Heading out as we head into Spire, unacceptable indeed. It's tough times for the mod. What do you do when duty calls, but the Spire also calls? Did we win? We sure did. Fairly difficult fight against the flagship, but nothing we couldn't handle. Now I'm over here. There we go. We got 145? 44. It's defect time. Oh boy. Yeah, defect time. Good. Okay. That sounds good. So, Defect Ascension 20 on Slay the Spire. That's the name of the game. But break time first. Yeah, what kind of mod is Multiverse? Content plus plus is a good description. Do not put me on pizza. I've described it a couple times as multiplying the content in FTL by 10. 10 times as many weapons, 10 times as many ships, 10 times as many alien species. Somehow reasonably well balanced. And enjoyable and not horribly broken and abusable. Very impressed. Very impressed. So, a couple minutes break, then a defect run. Be right back, folks. Don't go nowhere. Alrighty, folks, we're back. Who's ready for a defect run? I'm ready for a defect run. The only real question is, will it be a claw run or a flaw run? Lose our money, transform it 2 strikes into 2 claws? Maybe? Paths through the act looked unreliable. Our best bet is maybe this? Feels somewhat risky. I think I'd only ever take this path with a 100 gold start. I might get behind a boss swap here on defect. 4th energy could help us take an early elite, or a non-energy boss relic could have all sorts of good outcomes. Tough call here, that's for sure. So we're either fighting one of these 3 elites or we're taking this fire, and then that's all we get for the whole act, basically. I guess we could put ourselves at a decision point. Take a few combats, and then either head this way or push through to the successful part of the act, where all the good stuff is. Although it really looks like we only have a particularly good act if we go far left here. So what about that? Rivenox says, can the boss swap ever get you the upgraded class relic? No. If you swap away your starter relic, you can never see the upgraded version. So Frozen Core on Defect, Holy Water on Watcher, Black Blood on Ironclad, Ring of the Serpent on the Silence. Oh, this is such a tough choice. How often do we successfully get through this? With 3 combats to prepare, we also have a shop with 200 gold, which can notably get us an early relic. A Vajra or a Data Disc or an Orrery. Defect is fairly well positioned to tackle the elites of Act 1. I think I'm going to try this 100 gold and go far left. If this gets us killed, then I'll learn our lesson, I suppose, about doing that. But I think going into a shop with a lot of money early is going to be really helpful, and not losing our starting relic early is also going to be really helpful. Do I dare dual cast, or is this triple defend? Might be just 3 blocks, do a little blap. Advance to next turn. I don't think this green slime can attack for 12 again, but it can attack for 8 next turn. We should be able to kill the gray one next turn. Yeah, 8. So strike. Strike. Going about as well as it could for this fight. Would have preferred to see cultists, but what can you do? We get through, we get a useful potion, making the red path look, well, more viable here. And we get a Sunder. Okay. Yes, we can definitely go red. If we'd gotten basically nothing, we could still choose green from here. But even having 1 card award to make a decision with, I mean, Sunder Block Potion, that's a pretty good incentive to go this way. So red we shall take. Ooh, banana? We're missing 13 health. So we definitely don't get the full benefit of the banana. I think I'd rather take 5 max health. Although we're 8 health down comparatively. I think with the Sunder we'll be just fine. Doubly so if we can get our hands on either a Fear Potion or a Beam Cell, a way to apply Vulnerable to make that Sunder do substantially more damage. That's the hope anyway. Bonk. Might have been able to take 2 less damage in that Jarworm fight. Don't like Streamline much alongside Sunder. I tend to think it's one or the other, usually. Could take Chaos to help us get orb slots filled, but I tend to think that Chaos really wants an upgrade before it's good. Given these 3 options, I'm fairly content taking none of the above. Skip-a-doodle-doo? Let's do it. Skip. Just want attacks with which to blap these early elites. Hoping for maybe Sling of Courage or Preserved Insect or Data Disc and a Ball Lightning or something. What do you got? Vajra, that'll do. Start combat with 1 point of strength. We do 1 more damage with all of our attacks. Nothing wrong with that. Absolutely helpful. In a world where we had slightly more money and weren't immediately about to fight some elites, we could think about maybe Genetic Algorithm plus Strange Spoon. What a fun combo that is. Strange Spoon gives the algorithm a chance to not exhaust when played, and the algorithm is permanently stronger for each play. So with the Spoon, you, on average, level up the genetic algorithm twice as much. Pretty cool. I'll be taking the Vajra. 1 point of strength, please. Do I add a focus potion to the mix? Focus potion could definitely help with that burning elite a lot. And I bet I can spend this block potion quickly here. Yes, I think we should invest a little bit more in the immediate. If I had another orb generating card, I would take a barrage, but I don't. If I had enough money for FTL, I would buy that, but I don't. So let's just spend our money on something here, because I really don't want to die in the next few floors. And if we come through this alive, basically no matter what it requires for that to happen, life will be good. Do find a potion. Snecko Oil's an unreliable potion, although pretty nice with a Sunder in the deck. Draw 5, and then randomize the cost of cards in our hand. Pretty good. FTL also pretty good. 6 damage, thanks to Vajra. And might draw 1 for 0. Very good, very good. Not interested in Elite. We need to make sure we're doing enough damage to win. Do I take the Snecko Oil? Snecko Oil can be such a game changer with the Sunder. I probably think I'm going to discard the Focus Potion that I just bought. That feels really bad. But I think that is the right play, since we still don't have any orbs. Ah, here might be a reason to use the Snecko Oil, for example. I cannot kill one with Sunder this turn. But if I Snecko Oil, well, all sorts of things could happen. It could also really hurt me in the long term for this fight. Let's find out which. Lots of zero-cost stuff. The Sunder stayed at 3 price, but 2 zero-cost strikes gets me really close to, but not quite able to kill something with Sunder this turn. We also got a zero-cost defend. I'd say this was good. This was good. Yeah, we're 3 short of a KO there. Get him, Lightning Orb. Dang it. We can get the energy back, although it doesn't actually matter. It's kind of funny. It's a good time for the block potion, I suppose. I can probably get full value here. Get another potion, as well as a very early Matryoshka. Our next 2 chests each have 2 relics, so we'll get an extra relic after the Burning Elite, but not before. Multicast is an X-cost card. Those aren't very good at the start of the game for defects. Leap is okay block. I don't really have anything to spend the turbo on other than the Sunder, and sometimes the Sunder is free, so I don't think that's very good. I think we just skip here as well. I'd take a leap if I wasn't about to potentially fight a superpowered Gremlin Knob. And we're going to upgrade the Sunder. 2 skips very early on. That's kind of risque, but I like where we're headed. It is the knob we're afraid of, a regenerating one at that. At least I drew the dual cast on turn 1. Upgrading FTL only makes it do 1 more damage. There's a Sunder. Boop. We're gonna go Zap Block Potion here. Maximize the chance that we kill here. Easy Sunder redraw. Well, heck, that turned out to work out for us exceedingly well. We've gotten through the supposedly difficult pathing, and now we're crazy strong. Not only have we picked up many good relics, but we haven't added basically any cards to the starting deck yet. So we have a lot of opportunity to take good cards from here still. First and foremost, Equilibrium, one of my favorites. Block for a bunch and retain your hand. I love this card. Also a big fan of Rip and Tear with Vajra. Oh yeah, and we're about to get 2 more relics. Not only is Mercury Hourglass going to chip in damage-wise, 3 damage per turn to all enemies might not sound like a lot, but it adds up very, very quickly. And then, you know, some relics. Happy with Smiling Mask. Cheaper card removals at shops from here on out is definitely a good thing. Bottled Lightning can be a little awkward here. I do genuinely like Bottled Equilibrium. It's a big block card that you can play to then hold on to all the non-block cards, or if you don't need the block, you don't play the Equilibrium. Really nice for holding on to Sunder that you drew turn 1, in particular. We could also just take the key here, get a different relic later. But you know what, let's show off a Bottled EQ. I think it's going to be pretty good, actually. Maybe that's reason to upgrade it. Didn't even talk about this potion, but Essence of Darkness is one of the strongest potions in the game. Channeling 1 Dark Orb per orb slot that you have. 3 free Dark Orbs is a tremendous amount of damage output and lets you get through basically any fight in Act 1. Also a good way to beat the champ in Act 2. Los Riantos, thank you so much for 33 months. Not the only 33-monther today. It's cool stuff. I want Compiled Rubber to be better than it is. It's not bad with +1 damage. Still haven't seen a Ball Lightning or Cold Snap. I would even consider a Sweeping Beam at this point. I'm okay with the Charged Battery. Puts us a little bit block heavy, but we are just past Gremlin Knob. So I'm not concerned with that until Act 2. Let's grab this Charged Battery. And you know what? I will upgrade the Equilibrium if it's bottled. That way we've got a guaranteed 16 block turn 1. Very consistent defense versus just about anything or anyone. And look at that. Bonk. That beautiful Sunder Retain getting shown off immediately. Here we go. Some orb cards. And a claw that's a little late to the show. I'm going to take a Chill. Chill gives you multiple Frost Orbs in multi-enemy situations, and better yet, it's a free orb generator. Definitely one of my favorite cards on Defect. Not today, Claw, but maybe tomorrow. AKA later in the same run. If I play the Zap, we'll wake up because the Hourglass. Let's hold on to that for a moment then. Time to wake up. Boop. Not sure what we're going to use this potion for, but maybe for the Hexaghost fight, actually. Well, that's not the draw I wanted. Dual cast Sunder is not a kill here. At least I'm allowed to Sunder defend. Next to charge battery. Ow. Get him, Hourglass. Pen Nib. Every 10th attack we play is doubled in damage. Beautiful. With Sunder. Give me a Beam Cell. Rip and Tear. Or, if we want more orbs, we could take a Rainbow here. One Frost, one Lightning, one Dark. Hey, Slippy Toad. So glad to hear you like that Hermit YouTube video. That was definitely a fun one to play through. Let's take a Rip and Tear. Do I want one more card reward? Nah, we want to see the card rewards in Act 2. We should be good for Hexaghost. Let's take one event here. I'll click up to 3 times. Easy Darkstone Periapt. Okay. Sure. Could take an energy upgrade. Might want to upgrade charge battery, actually. Just make sure that the 2 blocks we have are premium. We're going to be removing a lot of cards shortly with this Smiling Mask, I imagine. I don't really see this potion being useful in many other fights than this, so I'm going to... I'm just going to use it here. Essence of Darkness, then Chill. Just need 2 Dark Orbs. I'm not going to dual cast yet here. We'll wait a little bit till the next time we see that. If our cards are drawn correctly, we might be able to pen nib the Sunder. Doesn't look like it, though. Allowed to charge battery, Rip and Tear, dual cast. That's what I want to do. No equilibrium here. Might as well. I think I play these. Next turn could hurt a bit. Might actually... Okay. I'm gonna say, might actually die if we draw really badly on this turn, because we're being attacked for 9 times 2 plus 2 from the burn, exactly the 2 plus 9 by 2 of our health. So there was an exactly not living draw we could have made there, but we lived, so that's good. Now I just need to see dual cast to win. Hello? Or Zap, actually. Zap next turn will also suffice. I should probably lower... Let's see, this will do 54? Let's only defend 1 time. We got Zap. That's all we needed. GG. This Hexaghost fight was hexa-close. Wouldn't you say? Now let's make a hexa-toast to our own victory. Not the rares I was hoping for. I guess I take a rainbow. It's orbs, which is nice because it fills my orb slots with something. Could take a creative AI here for random power generation, although I'm not sure what I'm getting out of that at the moment. We don't have enough orbs for orb scaling to be appealing. No powers to duplicate with amplify. I think it's either a rainbow or a skip. And I'm inclined to go rainbow over skipping. Card removals galore. We could take an empty cage here. Start aggressively removing cards. Relying instead on the quality upgraded cards we've added so far. Or I can get more energy. Coffee Dripper gives us 4 base per turn, and this deck would definitely appreciate a little bit more energy. Or Runic Dome for the same effects. I think the Coffee Dripper is ultimately what I want here. Removals are good, but we do need to get more than just 2 removals for our act to go cleanly in Act 2 here. Being able to do something like play Equilibrium and Rainbow, or just a Strike and Sunder is going to make a big difference. I'm going to trust that we've got a relatively high max health already. I'm going to trust that we might be able to find some sustain for ourselves shortly that we can use as a way to heal. That said, this is an intimidating act layout. Forced early elite here. Nothing we can do about that. If I want to go to 2 shops, I should go over here, but there's a second elite involved. Or if I don't want to do that... This is also more combats before the first shop, so I'd say option A, let's put it in green here. Hit this store. Rest site, fire, rest site, and then maybe fight the elite, or just go here. And that's probably the safest path through the act. I think the best path through the act, we'll mark this one in red, goes this way. Hit shop 1, get an upgrade, second elite, shop 2, and then several more upgrades as well as late events. This is definitely the juicier path by far. I think, the other thing that makes Coffee Dripper not bad, Bottled Equilibrium. We have the turn 1 protection that's going to prevent losing health unnecessarily in combats. Just like before, we have the same starting nodes, so we can see the result of one combat. Choose left or right based on that. That's nice. I like that. Up a bonk. Really? Although, is this just a kill? This might just be a kill. Thanks to Pen Nim. Yeah, we're fine. Funny hand, though. Boot sequence with Bottled Equilibrium. Kind of interesting, because I can retain the boot sequence if I need to. But then I've got 2 of my opening draws just dedicated to the block thing. I don't know if that's a good idea. Good turn 1 against Slavers, but is it as good as just drawing Sunder? No. No, it's not. That made me feel pretty confident. Let's at least go 2 more. We can still go back onto the green path from here, so let's keep experimenting. Do I have a favorite board game? For that, I would nominate probably either Terra Mystica or Lords of Waterdeep, 2 of my favorites. They're very, very close and clean kill. Here's the secret value of the Mercury Hourglass. Getting to kill on this turn rather than next turn. Good. And here's an upgraded card, Cool-Headed Plus. I like it. I like it a lot. Settlers of Catan was my was one of my favorite games for a very long time. The game that got me into board gaming. These days, I tend to think of it as a little basic, but that's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing at all. Am I a Baldur's Gate player? Baldur's Gate was the first game I ever played on PC as a 5-year-old. I got Baldur's Gate on the first, for the Mac, because that's what we had at home, was a Mac. I played through Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 many, many times over the course of my life. Some of my favorite games of all time. Wow, the gifts just keep giving. This is a really fantastic start to the act so far. Now I get to transform too. I might lose Zap, actually, given that we've got Pen Nib and Vajra making the strikes actually kind of good. Transform Zap and one defend, and then start removing strikes from there. I've also played Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, another great BioWare game. Some other board games that I'll recommend for general popularity purposes. One that got a shout out in chat here, Betrayal at House on the Hill. Mad Goji mentioned that one. Very, very great game. You're all cooperating as you explore a haunted house, and then at some point, one of the players stumbles upon something that turns them into a traitor. One of the group will be placed in an adversarial position, and you have to play kind of an asymmetric game from that. Every time you play, you end up in a different scenario, so it's really, really enjoyable for quite a few sessions. And then my other general recommendation is Seven Wonders. Very quick, well-designed, thoroughly enjoyable competitive score experience with very easy to pick up rules, but a lot of depth to it. And there it is. The self-repair we've been waiting for. Perfect. I'm going red. Just in time to help me make that choice, too. Blah. Sure would have been nice if the snake plant had tried to attack me on turn 1, though. Oh, hello. Did you just die to a pen-nibbed sunder? You sure did, you stinky snake plant. Bonk. Well, that was convenient. I wish I could say I set that up on purpose, but I totally didn't. Seven Wonders, it was what if drafting an MTG deck was the actual game? Yeah, kind of. Seven Wonders does kind of utilize drafting as a mechanic at its very core, and I think it works exceedingly well. Hard to imagine a better timing for Preserved Insect, huh? How about them tiny elites? Let's do it. Taking Runic Capacitor here for 3 more orb slots is also somewhat tempting, but this deck isn't orb-centric enough. I guess with 2 chills, it would really be appreciated, actually. But we're fighting elites right now? Take the insect. Turn 1 EQ. We're about to be weakened, so if there's any time to use the attack potion against these three nerds, it's right now. Rainbow into Compile Driver. Easy. I could actually skip out on Equilibrium to play Charge Battery instead. For more energy next turn. Or I can have 10 cards in hand next turn if I play EQ. Sounds nice as well, actually. Many shoutouts to Dominion, the original deck builder. If you like Slay the Spire, and, well, if you're here, then you probably do. The Dominion fits right in. You've got those fundamental deck building mechanics, 5 cards per turn, 10 cards starting deck. You modify it and are constantly playing it in the same way. Dominion's a very, very natural game alongside Slay the Spire. If I don't draw Sunder, I'm not going to be able to use that extra energy next turn. So I want to be able to maybe use the Blessing of the Forge here. I do draw Sunder, but it's free anyways, so yeah. Good. Oh, I maybe should have dual casted that one, actually. This is okay. Let's do it this way. Okay, goodbye. Next fight is also an elite, so let's try to get Pendib to 9. There it is, the data disk. I do kind of wish I'd taken the Runic Capacitor, I'm not going to be honest, but I think that Slaver's fight was a lot easier for having taken the Preserved Insect, so what can you do? 3 different energy generating cards here. Very fascinating. Turbo is upfront energy, but add a void. Recycle lets us get rid of a card in order to gain energy. That's kind of interesting. Or Fission lets us evoke our orbs to accelerate the deck with card draw and energy. Very nice alongside Fission. And I think with the chills, this Fission is incredible, actually, once upgraded, which will be instantly. Okay, I'll take Fission and I'll upgrade Fission. I'm sold. Greetings, Tiny Book of Stabbing. Prepare to die. Could have had the Pendib Sunder, but not a problem. We'll be back for you, Sunder. We'll be back for you. Might as well, right? Dual casting gets it into center range. Guess what, Sunder? We're back. And that book is destroyed. We get a bird-faced urn, further healing us whenever we play a power card. So self-repairs now heal 9 rather than heal 7. Definitely makes me very happy that we've taken the Coffee Dripper as our boss relic. But I tend to find that that's what happens with Coffee Dripper, especially on Defect, is that you can find healing pretty easily. Do I want to discharge? Unupgraded? Not hugely. We'll skip all these. Money? Lots of money. And the world's worst Maw Bank timing. I am going to remove a card at that shop, so I'll take the blue key over the Maw Bank. Guess I'm happy that I took the bottled Equilibrium after all. Go figure. But I mean, really, who needs Runic Capacitor when you can have regular Capacitor? Yeah. Also, less strikes. Heals me for 2. That's a pretty good deal. Do we take a Compile Driver alongside? Compile Driver seems incredible in a deck that has a Rainbow, and a Vajra, and a Pen-Nib. Consume might have been nice if I had taken the Capacitor at the previous shop, but if I had, I wouldn't be able to afford it here, so whatever, I guess. I like what we have. I think we're going to end up in pretty good territory very shortly. Thwack? Obtain a relic, gain a curse, and 6 max health. Thanks to Darkstone Periapt. I'll do it. I'll do it. Normally this isn't a good deal, but here, because we're gaining max health and we have access to lots of removals too, we'll make the trade. We get a Smooth Stone, giving us 1 point of dexterity. That's not terrible. Simple relic count is always a good thing, though. I wonder if I upgrade the Rainbow to make it reusable. I think that's probably a good idea, actually. Get that next. Bites for strikes. If I didn't have lots of ways to heal already, this would be a good deal, but it's not. Because I do have lots of ways to heal. Let's upgrade Dual Cast before I upgrade Self Repair. I don't feel like I'm going to need the extra health at the moment. Certainly not for this fight. Now the ride does slow us down in this combat, which is a bit of a problem. But how much is it really? I'm gonna steal one of my rares. I don't like that. Perfect. That's my fission. I have just 6 Frost Orbs. I think I'll go with the Rainbow instead, though. Get a Dark Orb in the back here. Let's keep this chill for now. Bonk. Six cards, please. Frost. Well, if I can block for that much, that's a pretty good sign. More energy for next turn. Oof. No need to use the block potion. We've got plenty of health and plenty of healing at the moment. To dual cast. That Dark Orb. But I'll have to draw back around to the dual cast to do that. Oops. Focus on the Dark Orb a bit too much here. There we go. Of course, now I can't get it into the front. How awkward. Well, I'm just fumbling around now. Here we go. All works out in the end. Almost. Anyway. Good work, Hourglass. Not my finest work. Now I can see taking a creative AI. Now that we have a bird-faced turn and we heal 2 per power played, having access to infinite powers is a lot more appealing. Not only that, but I have the ability to generate a bunch of orb slots with orbs in them, and that also makes random powers more appealing in general. Don't have enough powers for the Amplify to be any good. Yeah, this is definitely a creative AI for me. Getting a 5th energy would be pretty helpful, actually. Cursed key? And I already have the blue key, actually, so I can just skip the chest. We don't have enough starter cards left for Pandora's Box to feel very good. Well, 5's not too bad. Especially given that I can Smiling Mask the curses. But I do think another energy per turn would be very, very, very helpful. And the curse key feels like the right fit. Benoit says, you keep the health gain from curses if you remove them. Yes, absolutely you do. You totally do. Oh, we can even hit 3 shops. Check this out. Card removal, 3 elites, card removal. How can you say no? Seems good to me. Let's go capacitor chill. Yeah. I like that. Says Plus on it, it's card draw every turn with Creative AI. One of my favorite combos. Heat sinks Creative AI. Every turn, card draw. Doesn't even cost you that much. And it's already got a Plus on it. We've got 5 energy per turn, so the turbo is not that appealing comparatively. Give me that heat sinks. We'll travel immediately to the boss. My act? No. I refuse. Alright, Shop 1 says, orange pellets go bye-bye. But who cares about stinky orange pellets? I've got Creative AI. Could buy another capacitor here. Need the money to remove a card here, though. So, not gonna happen. Have I ever taken that portal on an A20 heart run? Generally, no. Check this out. Gain 275 gold and 6 max HP. Thanks, Darkstone Periapt. Into instant membership card, the reward. Wow. Thanks. Talk about a payoff. I take another heat sinks here. I don't think I need another one. Dark Shackle's looking pretty good. Unupgraded turbo, actually not terrible now. Centennial puzzle, pretty good too. Also a very good source of card draw. I'm gonna go with Dark Shackles. I feel like I'm gonna have enough card draw shortly. Maybe that's ridiculous. That is kind of ridiculous. Does that make removal 25? No, the Smiling Mask overrides the membership card. Yeah, this is why I feel like we have enough card draw, actually. Jams Ultron, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Bruh. That was the one card I wanted. Hello? Dang it. Forma. What I don't have is a way to reliably generate energy, unfortunately. Or, yeah, just beyond the per turn that we have. This is slightly problematic. I definitely feel like we need to recycle now. I just played this creative AI twice. Always get back to full health. That's pretty easy to do, actually. But following. Ornithopter, yet more healing, this time when we use potions. Meteor Strike is intriguing. That's a way to generate energy, kind of. I can just play it each turn. Because we have a 5 base energy. I'm going to give this a shot. I'm also going to take the energy potion to go with it. You need to be cheaper. You're too expensive. First lead up is Reptomancer. Heat Sinks Creative AI, turn 1. You love to see it. It's going to go ahead and Equilibrium. Next turn, casually chill for, oh, I don't know, 5 Frost Orbs. Also, conveniently randomly generated Electrodynamics. Nice. But yeah, give me 5 Frost Orbs first. Thanks. Don't need to do that again, hilariously. Again, yeah, and here's the, again, situation where you have too much card draw. Which is not that much of a problem. I kind of drawn it with the self-repair now that I think about it. It's cool too, though. Defect is fun. I'm having a fun time. Blue Candle. I guess I am going to open this chest then. I wasn't sure. This is the best Darkstone Periapp we've had in quite a while. Good job. Good job. Curse Synergy complete. I mean, heck. For any relic, I'll do this. What do you got? A Writhe and a Bronze Scales. And 6 max HP up to 94. Now I do wish I'd taken the Centennial Puzzle. We'd actually have a really good combo. Oh well. At least I don't draw it more than once. For the time being. Get rid of this too. Again, desperately would like a recycle. Meteor Strike first. Then Dual Cast, then play Echo Form. You'd love to see it. Draw 4 off Compiled River. Beautiful. Double your buffer. Double your fun. Going pretty well. Algorithm Plus, you are definitely too late. Cold Snap and Glacier, I've been waiting for you. Actually don't totally dislike a Cold Snap Plus, but does feel a little unnecessary here. Could we go infinite with this deck if we had a recycle? Maybe? Cool-headed Meteor Strike, Compiled River Meteor Strike should be a thing that we could do. But yeah, we would need a recycle. I'm gonna grab one Cold Snap here. Got Plus on it. Does 10 damage. It's actually not bad. The Writhe first, that way heal matters. Bonk. These chills have been so good, though. So you're mostly right, Manassas back, that you mostly can't go infinite in a way that involves recycle as part of the infinite, because you'll run out of cards to exhaust. But the idea is that you use the recycle to exhaust all of the cards that are not part of your infinite combo, and then all you have left in the deck is the infinite combo. That's how you get a infinite with recycle. Now, that said, it is actually possible to make a recycle infinite. Usually involving turbo and using the recycle to get rid of the voids from the turbo. You can also do it with overclock and recycle the burns from overclock. But there's a couple fun ways to get there, basically. Barrage Plus looking pretty spicy now. Actually. Okay. 7 damage per channeled orb is pretty good. Here we go. Defragment, Bag of Preparation. These are things I like to see. Toolbox, Seek. Very good things. I think we'll go with the defrag. We do want just a little bit more focus. Defrag plus upgrading the defrag, although that has to be next act, unfortunately, is great. Taking 2 more cards on turn 1 is great, and I have, guess what, exactly 50 gold with which to, shockingly, not remove Writhe, but rather remove 1 more strike. We'll let the blue candle handle the Writhe. And I will upgrade Defragment after all. Good job, Upgrade Shrine. Oh, bonus merchant with nothing. Bummer. I have not a single dollar for you, sir. For I had not rationed according to this possibility. Alas. Definitely want to hold on to Dark Shackles for next turn. Time Eater not going to be a difficult fight at all. Time Eater is all about limiting the number of cards you can play each turn, and sure, that's going to be a bit of a problem here, but Creative AI sends its regards. Not only can I become infinitely powerful given enough time, but I can also heal back any amount of damage that we receive. Although the Bronze Scales and the Hourglass will eventually kill the Time Eater, I suppose. We have to be a little picky. This is a fun turn. And you're actually going to go below half health if I play Barrage. That's probably for the best. Healing, please. Alright, now we take things a little bit more slowly if possible. This is good. Okay, Echo Form is one of the best things we could have seen. Now we can duplicate the power we generate each turn for twice as much healing. Double Capacitor, very good in particular. Take a bit more. My progress! Please stop doing that. Reach critical mass now. 3 powers per turn. Duplicate the first one we play. More heatsinks. Oh, I also probably want Pendib on 9. More for Spire Spear and Spire Shield than for the next boss fight here. Bippity-bappity. Here. All right, who's next? The woke bloke, the nerd bird, the awakened one, they call him. This will be a little bit of a challenging fight. We can't simply mindlessly play all of our powers. We have to have a little bit of deliberation here. I think if we simply play Capacitor and Defragment, that's honestly enough. And then don't play the Creative AI until Phase 2. That's probably fine. Let's get rid of this. Tempted to Meteor Strike Equilibrium with the Energy Potion here, but I'd rather not lose my potion. Am I okay with just taking the damage to the face? I suppose I am. I think that leads to our best line then to the fight, is to do the following. Bonk the bird with Meteor Strike. Take 22 to the face. And then... Vision them? Yes. So we don't play the Self-Repair or the Creative AI yet. Probably can't play the Defrag and the Capacitor on this turn. Of course, that's when I'm going to draw them. Alright, we'll be back for you. Don't have any weaken, which is a bit of a problem. Here we go. Okay. Play Capacitor next turn. Could have even played it on that turn, actually. Doesn't much matter. We use the orb slots to gain more block than it costs us, you know? And then we can get all this health back in Phase 2. Finally, a good Dark Shackles draw. Pendib the center. No. It's not the draw pile. Six. I might be able to do that much damage this turn. Yes. We can kill it with Sunder. Then I can play the powers. Perfect. Okay, and we should be completely fine from here. Now we have our card draw per turn from our Creative AI engine setup. Should have played this under, actually. Want this on 9 for Spire, Spear, and Spire Shields. I'm okay not having full health. We'll get back to full health. Easy enough. Naturally playing our cards in Act 4, I'm sure. Two thump, a deep pulsing red can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of 18 max health from the Darkstone Periapt of all things? Go figure. Charge your core to its maximum, dealing 2105. Unfortunately, we're going to go into another shop with no money, but that's okay. Definitely not the worst thing. Since we seem to be playing this Meteor Strike enough, we might as well upgrade the damage a little bit. Don't see a whole lot of use for either of the other upgrades. The Dark Shackles is just overkill. And the self-repair doesn't seem like it's going to matter. That would only be 3 more health for the heart fight, maybe. Lots of things that would be nice here, though. Tungsten Rod, Static Discharge, Dark Shackles. Upgrade to Defend? Suppose that's an option. Not one I consider much, but yeah, definitely an option. Alright, bird nerds. 32 to a random enemy twice is Rip and Tear. How much would Sunder be? It would be 80 damage. We just play the Rip and Tear up front. It's a really good Akabeko pen nib. It does split the damage, unfortunately. It's okay. Ouch. Not our finest moment here. Definitely couldn't quite seal the deal. Oh, Akabeko Pendant Barrage would have been the way to go. That could have killed one of them outright. But I think we're fine on this turn now. Dark Rope's going to target here. Let's see if we can finish off the shields. Maybe get back some energy, or some health. Excuse me, with our Creative AI. Shield's a little, Spear is a little difficult to stall against. But we'll do what we can here. If I have to end the fight because we're being attacked for too much damage, then I have to end the fight because we're being attacked for too much damage. And that's fine. And I think that's where we're at currently. Wait, hold on. Attack for 12 by 4. We're blocking for 48. I take 4? I can get back 4 at least. Can I? Maybe not, actually. Never mind. I can advance the pendant. An energy generating card or a second equilibrium. think either will matter much. Okay, not full health for Heart. However, we do get, very importantly, Creative AI turn 1, and a Dark Shackles that we can Equilibrium. Those feel like important things. Hopefully we get attacked for the multi-hit next. I can only hope. Heatsinks next turn, too, is very, very good. Could even Heatsinks now, but would rather next turn. Multi-hit? Not the multi-hits. However, second Creative AI, yes. And Fission on this turn, also very yes. Very, very yes. Love to see Defrag and Chill here, showing up at just in the right moment. Be able to generate that much hand space with Fission, though. There's no point to not play the Dark Shackles this turn. Once the Heart gets Artifact, they're useless, so I might as well play them now. This is definitely going to hurt a bit. More card draw, please. Alright, not the greatest. I think I should just lose this. So we take lots. We have no orbs. But I do create 2 new powers, which are both heatsinks. And yeah. I don't know. It's gonna be close, actually. The way I see it. That helps. Yes, yes, yes. Ow. Okay. We're going in a direction. Is it the right direction? Deeply unclear. Not sure how to deal with 4x15. Well, many of these other things that are about to happen to me. We needed to play the Meteor Strike. Dang it. Don't have a lot of answers next turn. It's way too much damage. Echo Form, you're too late. Note the lack of an energy generating card other than the Meteor Strike. We are out of stuff that we can do, unfortunately. GG. To the defect, no dual cast draw there. Not enough block. GG. Deck really needed a little bit more focus to be able to win. I wouldn't say that we necessarily got terrible powers off Creative AI, so I'm wondering what we might have needed to get a little further. Oh well. That's for tomorrow, Baylor, to think about. Today, Baylor is out of here. I call things as they are. We will be back tomorrow, of course, not later than noon Eastern Standard Time. Probably play a lot more Spire tomorrow. But right now, I just want to kick back and have some dinner. So that's the plan. See you later, Virtual 256, Lilimp, These Are the Days, Atlas, Faley, Twitch Tarek, and everybody else. Toodaloo, have a good one, and bye-bye.